Ready to go? Good evening, everyone. Today is June 17th, 2025. It is 6 o'clock p.m., and we are at the Cape Canaveral City Council regular meeting, the City Hall Council Chambers, 100 Polk Avenue, Cape Canaveral, Florida. I call this meeting to order. And with that, our city attorney, please lead us in the pledge.
Stand and face the flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you to City Attorney and Council. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum.
Here.
Mayor Morrison.
Here.
And Councilmember Willis.
Present.
We have all 5 council members here. Thank you. Quorum certainly. And with that, we are at item number 4 on the agenda, which is the approval of agenda as written or with amendments.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember Davis. I do have some discussion on this. There was an agenda that came out on the Tuesday before the meeting, and then I believe we received a revised agenda yesterday. I just want to double check with our city attorney. The agenda that went out on Tuesday, in order to add something on to the agenda, we are at item number 4, approve the agenda as written or with amendments. We can usually move things around, but if we are going to add something on after the deadline to post, I believe items are considered before council needs to be obtained by consensus. If we're going to add something on, and then effectively we could take the agenda and approve that format.
The council can approve the agenda as amended with the additional item or not. I mean, as part of the agenda approval process, that's where you can make the decision to add the item. So
Okay.
it's motion to approve the agenda with the additional one item that was submitted after the delivery of the agenda or not. It's your call. Staff has submitted the item to be taken up tonight, and the council just needs to decide to add it to the agenda.
Okay. So when the motion was made as written, I think we are being advised to say as amended.
I'll retract the motion.
Yeah, when you said as written, I presumed it was the original agenda that went out initially. I think the clerk may have amended the agenda itself.
Yes, that's with the supplemental agenda item that was submitted.
So so they're asking that the council approve the supplemental agenda, not the original agenda that was sent out.
Thank you for the clarification. Councilmember Willis is.
Yeah, I'll retract the motion and make a motion that we approve the supplemental agenda as written.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, got a second by Councilmember Davis to approve the supplemental agenda as written. Discussion I have on this as well. When the add-on item, I think adding that on is a diversion of our procedure and what we were pursuing. So to take action on it is a diversion of the procedure, and I don't think that that's the right thing to do due to the fairness of it. in the pursuit of the interview schedule and city manager. I can expand further on what I mean by that. I'd rather not, and I think even if it was just something to add on to consider, that's not something that has been communicated directly to me until this notice was made, and I'm not aware of, that's something that I'm not interested in pursuing, frankly, so. That's my discussion. Is there any other? So I do not think adding this on as amended is the right thing to do. And if it was added on, what I'm saying is I don't think it's something I would be interested even if we did add it on.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I kind of agree with you. I think that at this point in the interview and application process, in the request for applications, we had a deadline, and this is after the deadline. And I don't think it's fair to the other applicants. You know, right from the beginning, John said he didn't want to do this, and then, you know, I just don't think that I think if we do the interview with the people we have and we haven't selected one, then maybe we could go back out and John could be in that mix, but we've already, I mean, how does that make us look professionally, you know, to the people that have followed the rules and the process? And so I agree with what you're saying.
I don't have a problem with it. I'm glad for him to be in, so I don't have a problem with it.
Thank you.
And what I was gonna say, I wasn't here that meeting because I had a surgery, but you had a limited time, and then you got 5. So why didn't you do with the 3 that you had? Because now it's gonna cost the city a lot of money for those other people to come down too. So that's about $30,000 for the city, so.
Yeah, and I don't want to go too far down. It sounds like Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, thank you, you heard as far as your position. Councilmember Davis, I think you want to support approving the agenda as amended and adding that on. The reason we chose 5 to answer your question is that was what was recommended by the consultant, is to give a minimum of 5 due to dropout. But that's as I remember. Councilmember Jackson?
I think that putting this in tonight is premature because it was delayed. I believe that if we, since we've gotten to this point, we're already scheduling interviews. If we don't find a candidate within this group of interviewees, we had discussed being able to bring more people to the table. And since this is not, it wasn't communicated to me as well. And I appreciate, John, you willing to step up. I want to tell you that. But we're in the middle of the process. And so I think we should continue with the process as we've defined it at this point. Also, it's got two things combined. One is the schedule plus the additional applicant. And so to me, those should have been like 2 separate things to vote on because, and really, I'm not sure we need to vote on the schedule. He has sent that out and defined it just, so I'm not sure that requires a vote. Does that require a vote, City Attorney, for the interview schedule?
I thought the dates were selected during the discussion with Mr. Bezinger.
And they were.
Yeah,
So I'm unaware of what we need to vote on that, but it's kind of 2 items combined. But I really think since we're so far into the process that we need to at least try these candidates, see if there's any that we're might be interested in. And then if we have a second group, then bring our interim city manager in who's interested.
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson. Councilmember Davis?
Anthony, is it all right to add this other applicant today, or is that wrong if we add it today?
Well, it's totally within the council's prerogative
Okay,
if you wish to add additional candidates.
yeah, that's what I just wanted to say. It's not
But
that
it's
we
a
can't
council,
do
it's a
it.
council decision because the council's already selected 5 candidates to interview. You know, that slate of candidates was selected last week.
Yeah,
So if the
I just
council,
wanted to
if the council
know
wants
if-
to make any adjustments to that slate of candidates, that's the council's prerogative.
Okay, yeah, I think, I understand that we can, but just to add a little bit more to why, the advertisement that went out and it had a period from April 26th to June 2nd, that was the process that was communicated to all the applicants with next steps and dates for interviews. It's on the back page of the brochure where the big things like compensation are discussed, residency requirements. I mean, really, if you had to go to one page to say what was important to this brochure, a lot of it was here. But the section titled Internal Candidates has its own section. And I think it's obvious why applicants want to know if they're internal candidates, because internal candidates have direct employment experience with the city. And so clearly that is something that's going to be valued higher. And they went in with the brochure reading I'll read it. We do not anticipate any internal candidates. If there are, the council is committed to a level playing field and will treat all candidates the same when evaluating their credentials. So the way to do that in my eyes is to not add on now. If we go back out, yes, we can, as our city attorney said, but it doesn't mean that it's fair, because that's what was advertised. Like they say, we kicked the ball and we're sort of moving the goalpost here. And I think that process that they had to follow, if we go back out, all candidates should follow the same process. As Mayor Pro Tem Kellum said, we have talked in some conversations about the image that we're giving out for those candidates in Cape Canaveral. We've talked about travel and hotels and all this whole experience. I think this would be one of the worst things that we could do if those candidates who are likely to be watching this was to see this at this stage in the process do that. That changes everything. And we have certainly the right to do it. I don't think it's now, as I've heard, I think from some of our council members as well. If there's not any other discussion, we can.
Mayor, could I have a say in this since I'm the city manager?
Absolutely.
So and let me I'm also for the audience, I'm also the finance director for the city, okay? And I just want to point out that, council's prerogative, of course, not upsetting the process, whatever. So council will next week interview five people, and one of those folks could very well be the city manager. Probably a good chance that one of those folks will be the city manager, but if council isn't satisfied with those, they're able to go back out. This firm allows us to go back out at no cost to pull more people in. So if that was to happen, then they could pull more people in, probably going to go ahead and extend the period a couple months. And I believe council is happy with my performance. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting up here. So it's going to extend out a couple months. So we're going to spend about probably $20K next week for the people coming in. If council says, this isn't good enough, they could go out for more people. That's good. We don't have to pay for that. But then when we bring 3 or 5 more in, it'll cost the city more money. But of course, too, this is an investment in the city's future, finding a new city manager. So with that being said, the only point I want to make is that there is a good chance anyway that I will be the city manager here, if that happens to happen, for probably 10 months time. And I'm going to just give you my feelings towards this, and I respect council's opinion, okay? That's council's job to make these determinations, but the reason I did not put in earlier is that I was serving as the interim city manager, wearing several hats, which I am, and I love my job, and I love these people sitting in this audience, and the people throughout the city that work for the city. And it came to me after a discussion with my wife and a few others that if the opportunity is there to go ahead and put my name in the hat for the city manager, I'm going to do it because of the way I feel about the city. And I do. I feel strong about the city. It's not about just personal gain. I've done a lot in my life. I've had a full life. I have no regrets. So I just want to put it in perspective for you that I felt the time. If the timing was right because of the candidates that were already chosen, whatever, I accept that. I don't want to upset the apple cart. And if we come down the road again and you have to select more people, then at that time I'll make a determination if I still want to be considered for city manager. So I just want to make that clear. And council needs to know too, of course, this is obviously this is an interesting situation in itself, but council needs to know too, though, that they know who I am, and I'm going to support this city, and maybe someday I will be your city manager. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you very much. And just to clarify, what was the about 10 months? I didn't follow that rationale.
Well, based on the schedule right now, probably our next city manager, even if you choose somebody, all I'm saying is I'm estimated probably September is probably when they would probably start in the city. I'm just estimating I think that's good. All I'm saying is if council says this group wasn't good enough, and then later on in July, we're provided more people, because nothing's going to happen in the first week of July. There's a holiday, and we've got the budget in the middle of the month. So I would see that maybe the next group might be interviewed like the third or fourth week of July, based on what we get from the firm. And that's all I'm saying, Mayor. Then it might kick it out another month or so. That's all. And then that might push me into 8-9 months as city manager, maybe 10. That's all.
But how do you go from 2 months to 8, 9, 10?
You mean 2 months?
I'm not disagreeing with the idea that especially if they're out of state, the time.
Right.
They need to give 60 days notice to their employers, maybe 30 days.
That's what I'm talking about, just the total.
But that would be September, I think, would be kind of farthest. We interview them in June. If there are any that a majority of this council wants to move forward with, we could call a special meeting early July or wait till the regular meeting. I think we would, if we know right after the interviews late in the month, we are going to need, in my opinion, to hold a special meeting to either go back out and open it up or make a decision with those candidates, not wait till.
Yeah, right. And I'm talking about the second group. If you had to go to a second group, it could turn into 9 or 10 months. That's all I'm saying.
If they did the whole process over again with the same time frames.
Right.
Okay,
That's all
I
I'm saying.
understand.
Yeah,
Thank you
but
for explaining.
I'm anticipating, and as you know, the city attorney drafted me a contract to September 1st because we saw all the elements that were involved, and that's how long we thought I would have to serve. So the September 1st date is a realistic date based on what's happening right now, especially with the interviews being scheduled next week. That's all.
And Mayor Morrison, I know that the recruitment firm in their materials in regards to the meeting next week, they literally have a meeting after we've interviewed individually and then as a group. There's a council meeting on Friday where we discuss those candidates. So, we're already going to be in the process of doing that per the recruiters' information that they've given.
So to vote in the schedule, I think this was with We did not have a standalone interview schedule approval. My thing is, we did already vote on that in the last meeting. It was the 25th and the 22nd, 26th is what we verbally said. However, my only thing with the schedule is what Colin had sent over in the spreadsheet of dates showed the 25th and the 26th. Maybe that was the way it's supposed to be because they're coming in a day earlier. Just want to double check that that wasn't a typo, and if, well,
Yes, and
it's
what I
right
looked
here.
at,
I'm
what I
sorry, you
looked at
provided it.
today had the 27th on it, so I want to make sure I have the dates correct.
Well, this one says 26th and 27th.
The
With-
intention was a Wednesday and Thursday. So if the dates on Wednesday
Yeah.
and Thursday are not the 26th and 27th, then the 25th is not correct because the 26th and 27th were the dates.
And that's what we voted. I thought I saw, maybe there was another spreadsheet. If we're all in agreement on the 26th and 27th, that's great. And I do believe we should have 5-minute buffers at minimum in between that interview schedule, if possible. I spoke with Colin about that. He said recommended at the meeting. So we're kind of in a weird spot because we're trying to add this on. If this was, I think these things can be handled administratively. It was a proposed schedule, and if this council doesn't have any issue, they can run with that. And if it doesn't change, it's okay. Is there anything else on that consideration to approve the agenda as revised, amended? That's the motion we have on the floor. Okay, well, Councilmember Willis and Councilmember Davis seconded that motion. To clarify, I oppose this, and with that, we can go ahead and call the vote. City Clerk, please.
Councilmember Davis.
For.
Councilmember Jackson.
Against.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum.
Against.
Mayor Morrison.
Against.
And Councilmember Willis.
For. The motion fails 3-2. And with that, are there any other motions to be made well, we need a motion now to approve it.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as written prior to the amendment.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Jackson, second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis.
Against.
Councilmember Jackson.
For.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum.
For.
Mayor Morrison.
For.
And Councilmember Willis.
Against?
Motion to approve the agenda as written passes 3-2. This time, we have presentation and interviews portion of the meeting. We are at item 5A, 6:25 p.m. The first and only proclamation that I have tonight I'm excited about. We have our friends here with Aging Matters, and so I'm going to come forward and read this proclamation, and I believe we have some representatives here joining us here today, and when I'm finished, y'all can come forward and take a photo, and if you'd like, have a few words if you choose to say anything. So I'll head down now. Okay, this is a proclamation of the City of Cape Canaveral, whereas Aging Matters in Brevard, originally known as the Community Service Council, was incorporated as a not-for-profit organization on June 7, 1965, and today promotes the independence, health, safety, and quality of life of seniors countywide. And whereas Aging Matters is now the leading agency providing direct services to seniors across Brevard County and is kicking off its 60th anniversary 2025 to 2085 Champions Initiative on July 1st. And whereas, having grown alongside Brevard County, now employs more than 90 staff members and mobilizes more than 800 volunteers who drive more than 400,000 miles. And whereas together, staff, volunteers, with the support from a myriad of supporters, provide life-changing services annually to hundreds of seniors countywide, including 79,000 hours of championship, respite, socialization, safety, and wellness checks and light housekeeping in 2024. And whereas prepared more than 425,000 meals as its Brevard Community Kitchen and distributed them daily through its Meals on Wheels program weekly at 13 seniors at lunch community dining centers and monthly provided pet food to 160 clients through Pets on Wheels. And whereas installed 178 ramps and 2,100 grab bars, operated the Sunflower House, which provides critical caregiver support, recruited retired senior volunteer program RSVP volunteers for its own and many other organizations, and conducted bone builders classes for 370 seniors to prevent osteoporosis. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Wes Morrison, Mayor of the City of Cape Canaveral of Brevard County, Florida, do hereby recognize and commend Aging Matters in Brevard for 60 years of distinguished service to the citizens, and particularly the senior citizens of Brevard County, and congratulates the Board of Directors and leadership team for a job well done. Signed and sealed this 17th day of June 2025. Congrats. Thank you.
Again, my name is Tom Camadena. I am the President and CEO of Aging Matters in Brevard, and it's an honor to be before you to accept a proclamation from the City of Cape Canaveral. To mark the occasion of the 60th anniversary of Aging Matters in Brevard, in 1965, local leaders such as you established the Community Services Council of Brevard County, which was soon evolved into Aging Matters in Brevard. That original council included about 50 organizations considering a wide variety of social and health concerns facing a rapidly changing society and a rapidly growing local region. The Space Coast had recently been born, and Brevard County was at the center of national attention. 1965 marked many turning points in our nation, and a momentous turning point for American seniors. As the Older Americans Act was signed into law, a national network of federal, state, and local agencies was created to plan and provide services to help older adults live independently in their homes for as long as possible, saving seniors the stress of leaving home and saving the United States a great deal of money. From the original Community Service Council of Brevard, many initiatives evolved and were undertaken by various council members. However, the council itself evolved into Aging Matters in Brevard, a nonprofit charitable organization that would help establish a local network and join the Greater USA Aging Network called for in the Older Americans Act. It went on to become the lead agency in serving the needs of seniors in Brevard County. In 1965, right up until today, Aging Matters in Brevard has provided ever-evolving services. And in your proclamation, you cite some of the services that are being provided today. And the services are impressive, life-changing and at times life-saving. As we save lives, at least every year we save at least 4 or 5 lives. That's possible thanks to leaders such as you. As we celebrate our 60th anniversary, we are stopping to look back to remember and celebrate the champions who made the moment possible, local champions such as you. This year, we are also looking forward from 2025 to 2085 and asking who are today's champions and who will champion the ever-evolving services that will take to keep Brevard County seniors independent, safe, healthy, and preserve their quality of life for as long as possible. This year, we look at you, and on July 1st, we'll be launching the Aging Matters in Brevard 2025 to 2085 Champions Initiative and Campaign. We look forward to exploring, discovering with you how we will continue to provide ever-evolving local solutions for our homebound seniors and the seniors in greatest need. We also look to you and our local community to call upon state leaders to encourage our elected national leaders to continue to support the Older Americans Act, which is currently up for renewal in the U.S. Congress. Every dollar invested in Aging Matters in Brevard saves the government $10 and provides seniors with dignity. We look forward to visiting with you further. We thank you sincerely for your leadership and for this proclamation, and most of all, for caring for our local seniors. We gave you a press release for that meeting on July 1st, if you'd like to join us. And on a lighter note, if you're, on Saturday, we'll be at Carib Brewery, because we're also doing an event where we actually have a golf cart we're raffling off that was donated to us by Lowe's. So we're selling raffle tickets for that, and also the Carib will be out down there just having a good time. It's close. Like to come join us? We'd love to have you.
No, I was going to say thank you very much because you helped my mom during her day. So it's appreciated.
We thank you for that, and we appreciate that. And Mickey, we thank you for your service.
Thank you.
So we appreciate what you did for Aging Matters.
What time is your event at Carib?
Well, I will be there from 12 o'clock on, but the official event is 5 to 8. But please come and have a good time with us. You might even see a CEO pouring beers from behind the bar. That's usually what I get to do if I with the event, and we're going to try and raise some dollars behind there as well. But the golf cart is a fun thing. It's a beautiful donation that was given to us. Every dollar from that goes back into helping a senior.
Well, and that's why I was interested in that.
Yes.
Let's help get some people there and buy some raffle tickets from
Right
you.
now, it's a $12,000 golf cart. It's beautiful.
Excellent.
But thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Tom, and the entire Aging Matters. I got a chance to volunteer on one of the Meals on Wheels, and it's just one of the most awesome things to really help and contribute, and could not do it without y'all's leadership and mission and vision for this community, so thank you.
Thank you so much. And you're welcome back.
Yes. Thank you. Hopefully we'll see you soon. The marathon for kicks off is July 1st. I'm sure you can go to the website or find out more about that if anyone's interested, so thank you. Take care. Okay, that concludes item 5A. Very nice. On to item 5B, which is a library activities report. We have a presentation by the Cape Canaveral Public Library Director providing the City Council with an annual report on library activities, metrics, and needs. With that, come forward. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. We're excited to share some of the outstanding work happening at the Cape Canaveral Public Library. My name is John Russell, and I have the privilege of serving as the director of both the Cocoa Beach and Cape Canaveral libraries. I'm joined today by Tina Chalfant, who is the head librarian of the Cape Canaveral Library, and Tina is instrumental in overseeing daily operations, ensuring that the library remains a vibrant, welcoming space for our community. With that, let's begin our presentation. First, we want to sincerely thank the City of Cape Canaveral for its steadfast support over the years. Your annual contribution plays a vital role in the success of our library and its ability to serve the community. Because of your investment, we're able to do more than just lend books. We're able to launch new stories, inspire curiosity, and connect our residents to a world of knowledge and discovery right here on the Space Coast. Your support helps families find their perfect beach read, encourages children to dive into stories that spark imagination, brings movie nights to life with our ever-growing DVD collection, and empowers lifelong learners to keep exploring new ideas and skills. We're incredibly grateful for your partnership in making all of this possible. Now I'd like to share a few key statistics that highlight Cape Canaveral Library's continued growth and engagement with the community. Over the past 5 years, the Cape Canaveral Library has circulated more than 384,000 physical items which is a clear reflection of how deeply our resources are valued and utilized by residents. Each year, we welcome an average of 55,000 visitors through our door and issue more than 600 library cards, helping new members of the community connect with our services and programs. One of our fastest growing areas is digital content. Through the Libby app, residents of Cape Canaveral borrow approximately 2,000 ebooks and audiobooks every month, a number that continues to rise as more patrons discover the convenience of digital access. These numbers represent more than just data. They reflect the ongoing relevance and adaptability of our library in meeting the needs of a modern and diverse community. In the last fiscal year, the Cape Canaveral Library offered a total of 376 programs for youth in all ages, along with 315 programs specifically for adults. Some of our most popular, together, these programs drew an attendance of over 4,100 participants, demonstrating strong community interest and engagement across all age groups. Some of our most popular offerings include our annual Haunted Library event, our weekly story times for children, as well as crafts and art classes that provide a creative outlet for all ages. Looking ahead, we're excited to continue expanding our programming, especially by collaborating with local professionals who are eager to share their expertise and stories with the community. These partnerships help us create enriching, relevant experiences that bring people together and foster lifelong learning. Over the past year, we have been proud to offer a number of standout programs that have really resonated with our community. I'd like to take a moment to highlight a few of those that we are especially excited about at the library. First was our Discover Brevard series. This initiative brought in guest speakers from across the country to present on a wide range of topics, including local history, civics initiatives, and community organizations. This series was a tremendous success and received enthusiastic feedback from the attendees. We're eager to build on this momentum with more locally focused programming in the coming year. Another highlight was our Music Monday concert series. Generously sponsored by our Friends of the Library group, this program featured live performances by local musicians and helped foster a vibrant, community-centered atmosphere within the library. And most recently, we just launched our summer reading program, a signature event at the library. During the summer, we host special performers, offer reading challenges with fun prizes, and provide a wide variety of engaging activities to keep kids learning and entertained throughout the season. It's truly a special time of year for us and one that reinforces the library's role as both educational and recreational hub for families. I'd like to now highlight some of the new services and enhancements we've introduced over the past 5 years to better serve our community both inside and beyond the library walls. Many patrons may not realize how many digital resources are available to them. Even if someone can't make it into the library in person, we can still offer a rich variety of services remotely. Tina will go into that in a bit more detail in just a bit. On the technology side, we've upgraded our Wi-Fi access points to improve speed and reliability, and we've implemented a new mobile printing service with a company called Princh, and this allows users to send print jobs from their phone or personal computers directly to our library printers. It's been so popular, last year alone we processed nearly 22,000 mobile prints at the Cape Canaveral Library. During the pandemic, we introduced a curbside pickup service to support safe access to library materials. It was so well received that we've continued to offer it, and just all you have to do is just give us a call when you arrive. We'll bring your items right out to you. And finally, the library continues to serve the community as a community gathering space, offering opportunities for people to connect through interest groups, educational programs, and networking events. It's more than just a place to borrow books, it's a hub for community engagement. At the Cape Canaveral Library, we're proud to be one of the many branches of the Brevard County Library System. Being a part of a larger network allows us to share resources, collaborate across communities, and provide broader access to services for all patrons. That said, we never lose sight of what makes our location special. While we benefit from being part of a county-wide system, our focus remains on serving the unique needs and spirit of the Cape Canaveral community. This slide features a few photos of recent events that really highlight the local connection that we have. From our ever-popular Haunted Library to a delightful moment during last year's summer reading program where we actually hatched baby ducks right inside the library, and kids were able to follow along through the whole process. These are the kind of moments that remind us how deeply connected we are to the community that we do serve. We're not just a branch, we're part of the daily lives, traditions, and memories of our neighbors. We're proud to be rooted in this small but strong community, and we're continuously inspired by the people who walk through our doors every day. From a real-life astronaut inspiring young readers to a marine biologist from the proposed local aquarium sharing insights about our coastal ecosystem, our programs reflect the unique identity and vibrant spirit of Cape Canaveral. Whether it's helping a child receive their first library card, hosting neighborhood gatherings like our circus carnival or masquerade ball events, or simply providing quiet, welcoming space to Reader Connect, our mission is grounded in service, inclusion, and heart. We're truly honored to be your neighborhood library, small in size, but big in heart. And with that, I will turn it over to Tina Chalfant, who will share even more wonderful things that are happening at the Cape Canaveral Library.
Thank you, John. I would like to begin by sharing the vital role our volunteers play in serving our community. Several of our staff and nearly all of our volunteers live near the library and are active members of this community, bringing their passion and dedication to every program and service we offer. This photo is of one of our multi-decade Friends of the Library volunteers helping out in the library with her daughter, who grew up going to the Cape Canaveral Library and one of its various locations, and is now a library volunteer in Sarasota, Florida. Our local teen and adult volunteers both give of their time and talent and receive meaningful engagement, connection, and opportunity to learn and grow through their service. Both the giving and receiving of service enriches our community. Just as our volunteers are essential to the heart of our library and the community we serve, we're fortunate to have a full-time library staff member who offers specialized services to help individuals navigate life's challenges and to provide support beyond traditional library offerings. Brevard County Library's community support advocate travels to libraries across the county each week to offer direct assistance to community members, from helping with unemployment applications to navigating housing resources. She provides essential social services. Her work brings vital support to individuals facing tough situations, ensuring they have the tools they need to move forward. Our library also supports our community by providing meeting room space to condo associations, homeowners groups, and other local organizations, giving them a welcoming space to connect, share resources, and discuss important community matters. We are here to support these groups and make sure the community has a central place for dialogue. Last year, our meeting rooms hosted over 800 meetings for a total of over 1,500 meeting hours. The library is home to many local groups that use our space to connect and grow. For example, our monthly book clubs, where readers come together to discuss literature, share perspectives, and form lasting friendships. And our Pearly Girls group, where individuals share their love of fiber arts while making a difference with charitable projects. The packet you received includes a small sample of their work created especially for you by the group members. Whether it's providing a safe place for important community meetings or offering a place to share hobbies and interests, we're proud to support local initiatives and help create bonds that strengthen our community. As you can see, our library is much more than a place for books. It's a hub for connection, support, and growth. And that sense of community truly comes to life in the joyful moments we share every day. Here we have some snapshots that capture the heart of our library in action. Families, children, and adults coming together to learn, to create, and to make new friends. While our library is full of energy and connection in person, the support and opportunities don't stop at our doors. With a library card, our community has access to a wide range of free digital resources that can be used anytime, anywhere. Let's take a look at some of the powerful tools available online through the library. And since we've been focusing so much on connection, I'd like to make this part of the presentation a bit more interactive. As I introduce each of these digital resources, many of which have only become available in the last 5 to 10 years, I'll invite you to raise your hand if you've heard of or used it. I'm curious to see which ones are already familiar and which might be new discoveries. Popular ebook and audiobook titles are available through our Libby app or via computer using Overdrive. A raise of hands. How many of you have heard of or used Libby and Overdrive? I saw Don's hand. All right. Hoopla is our digital resource for streaming audiobooks, TV shows, and movies on demand. In other words, it's the free library version of Netflix. A raise of hands. How many of you have heard of or used Hoopla? All right. Our next resource, LinkedIn Learning, provides access to over 16,000 on-demand courses taught by industry experts in project management, leadership, marketing, web design, digital photography, basically anything you can imagine, much, much more. A raise of hands, how many of you have heard of or used in LinkedIn Learning? Awesome. Peterson's Test Prep is a valuable online tool that students of all ages can use for standardized test preparation, researching and selecting colleges and graduate schools, finding tuition assistance, and exploring careers. There is also test prep assistance for career certification exams and advice on resumes, cover letters, interviewing, and networking. A raise of hands. How many of you have heard of or used Peterson's Test Prep? Excellent. I should have made this a competition. Like we do at the library. Gale Legal Forms provides a wide selection of essential state-specific and multi-state legal forms that can be customized for the most common legal procedures. These forms are the same forms used by attorneys and law firms, including real estate contracts, wills, divorce, and landlord-tenant issues. A raise of hands. How many of you have heard of or used Gale Legal Forms?
I wanted to make sure you didn't raise your hand, Anthony.
City attorney.
Never heard of it.
And finally, Rosetta Stone is one of the premier language learning programs available, provides lessons for learning 25 languages, and is also available free with your library card. A raise of hands, how many of you have heard of or used Rosetta Stone? Excellent. I think that was the highest.
Yes.
Thank you for your participation in my little survey. And remember, this was just a sample of the many digital resources available with your library card.
Thank you so much, Tina. Oh, I'm sorry. Please.
More.
Yes.
In addition, there we go, to the powerful digital resources you can access from anywhere, our library also offers hands-on tools you can borrow, things you might not expect to find in a library, from ukuleles to blood pressure monitors to memory care resources. Our Library of Things is designed to support learning, wellness, and creativity in everyday life. As you have heard, there are many new things going on in our library, and in order to ensure our community knows about and has easy access to all our traditional and new resources, we have also recently launched an app that ties everything together called BCL Go. The app can be downloaded, if I change the slide, through our QR code, as you can see on the screen, through the library website, or through your device's app store. BCL Go provides one-stop shopping for account information, searching for and requesting items from any of our 17 libraries, links to our digital resources, and even self-checkout within the library using your own device. BCL Go makes accessing and managing our library resources simple and efficient, anytime, anywhere. We are sincerely grateful for the continued support and generosity shown by the city of Cape Canaveral. Your annual contribution of $30,000 has played a vital role in helping us grow and maintain a high-quality collection of books and DVDs for our community members. After carefully reviewing cost trends over the past 5 years, we've seen an average of 3% increase in the price of materials. To ensure we can continue meeting demand and maintaining the same level of service, we respectfully request an increase in funding to $31,200 for fiscal year 25-26. This proposed amount reflects a 3% rise in the cost of physical materials and an additional 1% to allow for continued growth and planning. That said, we would truly be grateful to continue receiving the $30,000 contribution if an increase is not feasible at this time. Your ongoing support at any level makes a meaningful difference to our library and the community we serve. We are deeply grateful for the generous funding you've contributed to the Cape Canaveral Public Library over the years. Your support has allowed us to continually expand and enhance our collection of books, DVDs, ensuring our patrons have access to the resources they love and need. Because of your investment, we've been able to maximize our budget to offer even more programs and resources for the community, whether it's youth programs, special events, or new services that bring people together and help them grow. Your continued support helps us build a stronger, more connected community. And for that, we thank you.
Thank you, Tina and John. Very, very nice presentation of the numbers. Absolutely fascinating on some of those things. Now I can raise my hand on all of them because I've heard them, all but those few. And thank you for going through the end and even talking about budget needs. I know that we had spoke about it briefly. The library is doing so much. It was the sign that kind of initiated, like it was an effort of help. And in my time on council, this is the first one I've been able to hear. And so I really appreciate you and Molly and everyone who was a part of making this happen. I think the community does. And I think you said in there that the library is not just a place to check out books, it's a place to belong, contribute, and grow. And for me and mine, it's not just a line item for us either. We genuinely, or for myself at least, wanted to learn more about where that's going, and all I have to say is wow, thank you so much. Very awesome. Council?
I'm amazed because I saw that line item for DVDs, and I thought, how many DVDs does a library need? And so as a new council person that has not been aware of what all you all have done, it's amazing the programs that you're offering. And thank you, Molly, for bringing this together for us so that we know, because I can absolutely support what you all are doing for our community. And I want to thank you for that as well.
I was going to say thank you for what you've done, and thank them for bringing these.
I will thank the Pearly Girls. They're one of my favorite groups. I'll just say one of my
Yes.
favorite groups that meet at the library.
Thank
Great
you.
bunch of people.
I just want to thank you for the support for the city and all that you do for us. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Yes, I would just like to say thank you, and it's good to know what we're funding, and you know, and I can, obviously, hopefully, we can up the budget for you, but it's amazing to see how much you guys do, and we appreciate it, and all the children in our community really enjoy the library, so thank you.
Thank you. If you don't have anything else, again, enjoy the rest of your evening. We appreciate
I
it.
just want to say I've only been in this position now for just a year, so thank you guys for inviting us. And please, anytime you'd like to hear about what we're doing, we're happy to tell you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent job. Well, that concludes item number 5, A and B. Very nice report from our library. And now we are at the public participation portion of the meeting. If you do intend to speak tonight, we have public comment cards out front. I think I've got one from thank you. Just one as of now. For the sake of time, if you want to come forward and speak and fill it out after, we can do that. Those of you listening online, we are attempting to try and give that access. Once we finish with the public comments here physically, we will give you an opportunity, and we ask that you raise your hand digitally online, and we'll do our best to recognize you and give you an opportunity to speak. So with that, the first card I have is John Benton.
Okay, I'm here again for my code reduction hearing. I want to remind you guys that Mayor Randalls, when I came to the council meeting the very first time, said that he knew I didn't live in that warehouse, that I lived on Tyler. And he said he was going to take care of it. Go see the city manager, Mr. Green, and Todd Morley was there. And they wouldn't do anything, and they wouldn't tell me why. Why they wouldn't give me a code reduction, why they wouldn't do anything, after Mr. Randall said so. And then you guys called the FBI, and they came, and they pulled me out of the meeting over there. But before they pulled me out of the meeting, the night before I knew they were there, Randall's was standing in the bathroom down near the library in the foyer, just me and him. And I had just told him 3 years before that, I only talk to people who I like and who I can stand, and I don't need to warn him until he takes care of that code enforcement hearing. Well, I started walking down there, and there's Randall standing there all by himself. I'm looking down at my phone, I look up at him, and he starts talking to me, and I ask him, what are you talking to me for? And you know what he did? He started clamoring, we want to settle, John. We want to settle. I said, well, you get in there to that council in that meeting in there, and you tell them what Kevin Mann, how he came in and lied to everybody. Why don't you do something like that and put your country first instead of religion? Because that's why you didn't do anything to Kevin. He's a deacon in the church and you want his votes. You're putting your religion first, man? Come on. That's all he wanted to do. Yeah, we want to settle, John. Then he didn't do it. Then the FBI took me out there in the parking lot and barked at me about it. Why don't you guys say something, do something? You guys are kicking it down like the very first council board members that was there. Kicking the can, not taking care of the problem. You go around and bully people, you know what, 10 people have been fired here. I am surprised that one of them hasn't come over here and caused the incident. People go and lose their jobs and they get upset. They come back and shoot people. Me, I just lost a little money. I'm not worried about that. You know, except for them coming after me, which they have already done. One of them lived right across the street from you, and the police decided not to do anything. And they have it on video that he assaulted me out there holding the sign that Judge Crawford asked me to bring here. And he called in 20 minutes before and said he didn't like my sign to the sheriff's department. And then he came and assaulted me, pushed me from the back. I was over 65, he was probably 35. Then he ran off. I couldn't call him back. I tried to, but he wouldn't come back. And then your person with the sign up there didn't like my sign, my toy sign. Came up and hit me from behind, pushed me.
That's all the cards I have. If anyone does intend to speak, please raise your hand. We'll make sure you're heard. Seeing none, we'll go online for those who are with us and intend to speak. Not see any hands raised online to speak. Confirming that's consistent with our team back there. Duncan, no hands raised that I can see. that, we'll go ahead and close public oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yep, that was I thought I had a second one. Go ahead and close public participation, bring it back to this council. Concludes item 6. Item number 7, consent agenda item. It's really one item tonight. The May 20th, 2025 regular meeting minutes. That was our last regular council meeting.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
there's just one date correction.
Okay.
Under reports, item 10, 2005 Central Florida Safety Summit. That should be 2025. Thank you.
Okay, so the page, I'm trying to get there.
Is item 10 on the next to last page
Okay.
on the minutes.
Let's see, so item number 10.
It says 2005 Central Florida Safety Summit. Should read 2025.
It's page 7 of 8.
Okay. Council? That correction? Opposed? Okay. That was all you had? You want to make a motion? We'll go ahead.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the date correction.
I'll second the motion.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Councilmember Jackson. City Clerk, does that motion make sense, those changes?
Yes, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Councilmember Jackson,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum,
Or,
Mayor Morrison,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Thank you, Councilmember Willis. Okay. That concludes the consent agenda item number 7. We are now on to item number 8. Yeah, we'll stay on 8, A, B, C, D, and E. We'll go in order, starting with item 8A. First item for action tonight is a stormwater infrastructure proposal. Engineering Services Applied Ecology Incorporated. Motion to consider the approval of a proposal from Applied Ecology in the amount of $99,320.74 for engineering services for the implementation of stormwater infrastructure along Magnolia and Orange Avenues, and authorize interim city manager to execute the same. That's the proposed motion. If this council is ready, but we can go ahead and lead with the motion, discuss anything if that's what we intend to do.
I'll make the motion to approve this proposal from Applied Ecology Incorporated for the engineering services for the stormwater project.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Jackson, a second by Councilmember Davis to essentially approve the motion as written here and provided. Any further discussion on this?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Willis?
the $99,320 for engineering services, is that going to be a recurring expense annually for subsequent pilot projects? I believe we had it listed as 5 possible years.
So the $99,320 is every other year for engineering. So you have 1 year for engineering, 1 year for project, 1 year for engineering, 1 year for project for the next 5 years. Yes, sir.
Okay, so for Magnolia and Orange Avenues, that's going to be in the neighborhood of what? Total cost?
Cost-wise with construction,
Yeah.
we don't know yet. We
Don't
don't know
know
yet. Until we get the study back from Applied Ecology, we were guesstimating around 100,000, 110,000.
Okay, so it's potentially $200,000. Okay. And what will that engineering study tell us the amount of water that will be handled by that proposed construction?
It should have some kind of hydrological study with it, yes. Or shouldn't say should, it will, depending on what product they decide to go with.
Okay. And if it's pervious pavement, will we get any sort of estimate on the maintenance of all of that?
I can put,
With the construction estimates? Do we know that?
I would have to put that together separately. So that would be a total separate, different cost, depending on the product that we use, yes.
Okay. Well, my point being, I think we might be better served putting that money towards the potential development of the pickleball courts that we discussed taking the place of the shuffleboard courts. That if we could put that money towards underground storage, water storage, it would handle high volume rain events better than pervious surfaces will. A pervious surface, although it's good, we should have pervious surfaces all throughout the city. It won't necessarily relieve flooding from the large rain events that we have. That unless the water is going to be somewhat stagnant and sitting there, pervious surface alone is not going to alleviate that flooding.
Correct.
Okay, all right. That's just my point, so.
I have a question.
Councilmember Jackson?
Yes, okay, so having said that, Tim, how do we know, this was specifically to handle water on the streets down by the Fillmore area that's low. So what assurance do we have that putting storm tanks up in the park area, up off A1A, is going to take water off the street during rain down there? Because to me, if you get 6 inches up here and 6 inches down there, tanks up here aren't going to keep it from flooding down there. So,
Well, what he's talking about, what it does is it actually relieves the hydrological pressure throughout the whole system. When you have a reservoir or a pond or something of that nature that you can put water into that goes into the same basin, it relieves other areas of that same basin. So what he's talking about is like putting it in a huge area during heavy rainfalls instead of like a trickling rainfall that would, standing water would be for pervious areas and stuff like that. Both are good. I'm always leaning, being a stormwater manager, I'm always leaning towards massive retainage, because massive retainage is going to be like the flooding that you see. The smaller areas, though, will take on to a certain amount of rainfall per hour. I don't know the exact calculations, but if you have like a 3 inches an hour rainfall or 6 inches an hour rainfall, you're most likely to get a majority of that rainfall into a larger section than you would of a pervious pavement area. But if you have a smaller rainfall and you have standing water, that standing water will trickle down through a pervious pavement area. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Because I know I was on Fillmore when that one drain was blocked up with basically a couple of sea grape leaves. I was amazed. And I removed those in the street drain like that. But until then, we'd gotten a picture of a car stranded in that spot. And that spot is a low spot on Fillmore. So going back towards A1A is more of an incline, right? And so if that's the low spot, I'm trying to understand how tanks off of A1A would help that one spot. I'm not saying we don't want the tanks, but this entire project was approved by council as a smaller project to eliminate or possibly alleviate some of the water down on Fillmore until we got Presidential Streets up and completed. So whereas I think the tanks are a great idea. This was a separate, smaller project. So my question for you, as we look at this, is you're saying every other year we'll be doing an engineering study. That's if we find that it works and helps alleviate some of the water on the streets in those areas. And that was identified in the past for other areas within the city. So this was really a test run for the Fillmore Avenue. It doesn't mean we would continue to just move forward automatically with an engineering study every year. Am I correct?
Well, it wouldn't actually be an engineering study. The study that part of the study that they're putting in towards this price is going to be the finding of the best product, the best, as you say, bang for our buck. The product itself, I've showed you some stuff up at the office of ideas that I had. But I said, but we want to make sure that we're saving as much money as possible. We want the best product out there. We want, the best item that we could get to take on the most water. With that being said, that's part of the study they're going to be doing, is trying to find the best product, trying to find the most spongy, I guess you could use the spongy word, this product that's going to take on the most. So I do anticipate the price to come down a little bit. Surveying is involved. Construction phase services involved. The majority of the rest of the price tag will remain the same, but when it comes down to trying to find the product, I think it's a one-size-fits-all once they find the product.
Okay. And then there were two options given within this bid. And just a little bit of difference in those. Is option one overkill for this? Because this was really intended to be a small project, once again, to help alleviate some of that flooding on Fillmore and on Magnolia and Orange, and initially just Fillmore, but I think since that entire block is covered in pavement almost, that it makes sense to include Orange, which it seems like what you've done, correct? So what do you think on the two options as far as your expertise on which one would be best?
I'm a little panicky right now because I forgot to print that part out.
Okay, one was
Table that was provided.
The
in
option,
packet?
yeah, I didn't print out
I think
the
if
actual.
you keep scrolling down, you're about to get to that, I think would at least help to have something.
my memory.
There's a table, it's on page 4 of 5, and then there's also a narrative, I think, Councilmember Jackson. Is it this page that you're referring to?
yes.
Yep, keep going, you're almost there. One, right there. Option 1 and 2.
Okay, so that's for the surveying part. That's for the surveying portion. We're
Okay.
looking at about $1,000 difference between the, I didn't really look at these options too much. We can. I looked at the main description of services, the task that we had tasked Applied Ecology with. Applied Ecology likes to be transparent and puts their surveys to let us know that they're not charging extra for what the surveying company's charging them for, which is
Okay.
a nice feature because that lets us know that we're not being gouged. I personally don't think we need the drone survey. I'm not sure what it consists of. I'd have to look into it to see exactly what the drone survey does. It looks like it takes some work off the two-man field crew. But I'd have to look into it. But if I had to pick, I mean, it depends on what is encompassed into what's easier, what's going to give us the most information for those areas.
Okay, and how much, I'm curious because I wasn't on council, so maybe someone will remember, maybe even our interim city manager. How much were the tanks under the C5?
Dollars? How much did it cost or capacity?
Dollars? How much
We
was,
got a grant, didn't we? But that does,
yeah,
We're talking the
I don't-
exfiltration
Oh,
under
that's
the
the
baseball
SRF.
field?
SRF, yes.
That was a healthy chunk of money. We may have had some grants with that. We could get that information for you I mean, I remember when Jeff and I were talking deeply about that when the baseball field was going away. So that's an easy thing to retrieve. You want to make a note and send council how much it cost for the exfiltration under the baseball field.
And I'm curious what the engineering would be on doing the tanks under, because it sounds like you, Councilmember Willis, are in favor of not doing this, which was intended originally to be a small project that could be completed quickly until we get something done with the presidential master plan for Fillmore, which is going to take longer, and we got the numbers back on that, which it's quite hefty, so we'd have to definitely budget that and plan that. So this was supposed to be a smaller, faster fix, so I'm not sure it should compare as far as the projects. And I think stormwater is good and that kind of thing, but this had a different intention when this was brought to council before. I'm the one that brought it to council, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that intent. I see Councilmember Davis down there.
No, the difference is I want to rescind my second motion. I want to take it back.
Resend it, take it out, okay.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, we need to be putting pervious pavement around. I mean, we need to, but I don't want anyone to think that that is going to stop flooding, because when we have high volume events, that water's moving and it needs somewhere to go. And all of the reports, all the studies we've had in the past have suggested retention ponds. Well, we don't have property to put retention ponds, but we do have property where we could put underground storage, which is basically the same thing. And I'm not against a pilot project, but I don't want people to think that it's suddenly going to alleviate flooding. I think we're going to need more than just that, and that's the point. And when you're calculating the cost, you also have to look at the cost per amount of water that it handles. So you have so many cubic feet of water going into a storage unit, but when you have pervious pavement, you've got to have the water sitting there and just absorbing into that pavement. That pavement has to be cleaned, and you can still have things that settle on it with a rush of water. Everybody sees sand going with it, and it's going to get in the pervious pavement. So, but I'm not arguing against pervious solutions. I just want expectations to be set that this isn't going to be an end all. We're going to need multiple things. And I think, doing a pilot project, if it helps with just small amounts of standing water, that's great. And it would be great if we could get some of these parking lots redone to a pervious surface. That would be tremendous. Maybe we should look at trying to incentivize some people to replace their parking lots. There's a lot of solutions that could be done, but
And that Councilmember Willis is really, that was part of the reason that location was looked at, is because it is almost entirely covered in pavement or concrete for that entire block, the entire thing. So absolutely, and I agree, this was, as we discussed Fillmore, this was to help alleviate it and see what kind of result we could get from having that impervious pavement where we would have some drainage. We've got concrete and blacktop pavement all the way to the guttering and the road. So literally, and then we've got Fillmore that has storm pipes that are doing this. So until we get Fillmore completed on the presidential streets, this was intended to see if this would help. And I understand you really can't judge how much water you're going to have off of an impervious surface because it drains differently than a storm system that's holding your water, and it's certainly not the end-all, solution. But if that helps get water off the streets, That's gonna be a good thing because that street filled up fast.
I've got video of that night, when the 15-minute drain, I've got to send that. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
Right. Thank you, Mayor. I think I have to agree with Councilmember Jackson. The intent of this was to do small projects to move forward with getting the water off the street until we could come to a decision, with the main civic hub and that all, which is a $1 billion project. But in the meantime, if we can do something in little increments to help with the flooding. My question is, a couple questions, Tim. This is Stormwater Project 10 in our budget book, and I'm just asking about the financing, because it says the $99,320 will be funded through the Stormwater Fund. On page 161 of our budget book, it has $101,200 funded by ARPA and Stormwater Fund. And then it says construction and bid process. So I'm a little confused on, is this a separate thing before the engineering, or is this the engineering, or?
So what happened was originally we were going to buy a product through Ferguson Waterworks. We found a product that we liked. And as we dug deeper and deeper into the project, it got more hairier and more hairier is the best way I can say it. There were things that needed to be done, surveys that needed to be done. And then we posed the question, I think it was me, Todd, and Councilmember Jackson were in Todd's office at the time. And Todd's recommendation, and I agreed with him at the time, was that maybe we need to hire an engineer to make sure that what we're doing is going to be the best solution for what Councilmember Jackson is looking for. In other words, don't buy a product unless you know it's the best out there on the market, the best, financial asset that we have that we could buy. And so that's where the engineer got involved. So when I started, doing the CCNA, I noticed that Applied Ecology had done these kind of projects before, and they knew a lot about it. And I said, well, this is what we're looking for. This is what we need. Here's our budget. We had $101,200 in the first year, I believe. So when they gave me how much it was going to cost, I said, well, that's good because that's how much we have in the budget. Do not go over that. But that's with a study, with trying to find the best product and everything. And then after thinking about it, I'm like, well, if we're going to do this from here on out, it's almost safe to say we can do engineering for a year to figure out everything, and then do the construction of the project the next year, and then engineering, and that kind of draws it out. Yeah, we're eager to get these projects done, but that at least gives us a little time to be able to find out what we need for that project, and then we can go out to bid and do the construction part of it afterwards.
So
is ARPA money involved in the 99?
So based on what Tim said there, if this particular project in that budget book says that it's ARPA, then ARPA's being applied to that. Is that what it says in the book?
But it says construction, and this is more engineering. That's what my question is.
So it's well, can I see that book? Because you got the previous year's book?
Yeah.
Let me see how it works. Well, this says construction, and since Tim had to do his due diligence here for engineering services, then the Stormwater Fund will handle that, okay? And is there still a construction element to this particular project?
For next fiscal year and the next fiscal year budget.
It moved to next fiscal year. So that's the answer. Then if you look, when you see the next fiscal year, you will see that ARPA funds are going to be applied to those stormwater projects. Also, ARPA 2 when Tim runs into these situations, a lot of the ARPA money now that we're using for stormwater, which we have already talked about or whatever, are going to the higher ticketed projects too. But that's what happened. So Tim had to do this engineering thing. We have this thing moved out, and then in the next year, the ARPA money will still cover that element of that project. And all our ARPA money has been obligated, and very well, I may say, to a number of stormwater projects. So,
So in the 25-26 summary that we got, it says stormwater improvement projects, 150,000. I'm just trying to figure out the money part.
okay, so do you have the, and so SW8, let's see what it's,
SW9, stormwater improvement project.
yeah, but see, you're looking at last year's, and because on the projects that are being completed, I have the new proposed budget in front of me, which is not releasable yet because there's still changes going on, but I brought it for my own convenience, and it's in this budget. It's been moved to this budget as W8. But I don't want to confuse council because this budget is not complete yet, but I brought this for my thing. But that, me bringing this and me looking at what you're talking about helps me see a clear picture of things that are being carried over.
Well, that's, I'm just trying to get a clear picture
Yeah.
on how it works out. So that was my question on that. I got a report from the ARPA fund on what's obligated, and it says here to stormwater improvement projects, 50,600. So that will go to the construction. And then
Yes.
99,000 will come out of,
Engineering is covered by the stormwater fund.
okay, thank
Yes.
you. That's where I was.
The stormwater fund is one fund that is healthy in the respect, that is being, in respect that so many ARPA funds are being able to be used over the last few years in stormwater. It has put stormwater, of course, in a beautiful position because all that extra money. And in the future, of course, we'll have to think differently because we won't have 2.6 million that we're going to, say, stormwater funds in the last couple of years and 1 year forward. Those funds won't be here, so we'll have to think differently in the years to come. But we have definitely been aided in stormwater by ARPA funding, big time.
So the 99,320 is engineering, but was that in this year's budget, the one we're in right now?
No, it was under as construction because at the time we did not know that we needed engineering.
Okay.
That's where it changed
And
hands
then
and went
in
to,
the budget that's coming up, it
Will
will
be
be
construction.
clarified that it will be,
yes.
Okay.
And that's very detailed. Now that I found out, like John said, I did do a lot of due diligence in this. I didn't want to waste money. I wanted to try to make the best of our money. So when we discussed this, I was like, well, then in this next fiscal year and 5 years out, we're going to have to break this up so that it's very, very transparent of which part is going to be engineering and which part's going to be construction.
and I appreciate your due diligence. I'm just want to understand it
Understood,
myself.
yeah.
And Tim is, in his
Absolutely.
position, is saving the city a lot of money. And Mayor, you may want to ask Tim at the end of 25, 26, Tim, how much money did you save on these projects? And he might have a good total for you. So you might want to ask him that question at the end of next year's budget. Just say, Tim, how much money do you save us?
I'm going to put that in my calendar.
Put that on your
Putting
calendar.
put a lot of weight on me.
Tim, I have
That's
one more
great.
question in regards to the project, because when you and I were working with the ex-city manager, he had identified like 6 areas of the city. Was it 6? I'm remembering that.
We have a map, and I'm trying to remember because I've only been concentrating on the first 4 areas of this scope of work.
But it was a limited number of areas
Yes.
where we have pavement going all the way to the road.
Correct. It's like almost from building all the way out to curb is nothing but asphalt.
So it's not a huge area of the city where we don't have some grass or some kind of impervious surface on the right-of-ways.
Correct. And again, if we decide to do this project and it doesn't live up to what we would like to see, we have the option to pull it back out of the budget, not seeing the results that we're looking for. I like to call this a pilot project. We're going to try to do the best we can on seeing, on getting as much water off the road or on those parking lots, but there is the option of removing it if we don't see, what results we're looking for.
It's great talking through it and helping go back to the intent of that small project. I think we adopted a budget last year, as Mayor Pro Tem said, for $100,000 to construct. We wanted to do a small project. We've learned that, okay, let's do some engineering first to figure out what we want to do.
Exactly.
And so that money is really just being, the item, the 154, the page is being amended to engineering sort of, or for that use. And what we'll learn out of that, you described if it doesn't work, go in a direction, but I just want to shed light on it. But if it does work, we might be, and if it works well, cost effectiveness, however, the people smarter than me figure out total dollar spent, as Councilmember Willis, I think, was talking to how many gallons per day or whatever the things that go into that. We can make it determine cost effective. And then if it means it really can make a difference, not the end all be all. We've talked about doing underground storage under the streets if possible, wherever possible. And this, to me, is an exploratory pilot opportunity to do that small project. And if it works, we've talked about bonds, we've talked about debts and whatever, I think, the circumstances and the challenges that we're going through with flooding at that time, we might have a product that we can scale and do on a bigger scale in comparison with the obvious benefits of storage offsite. So thank you for working on it. I think tonight we got the motion to approve it as written. Are there any more discussion or changes to that motion? Councilmember Davis, I think, did you want to rescind your second?
No, we have to have a hearing on the information.
And even if you second it, you could still vote, I guess, again. Okay. You got it. Thank you.
If I could, just one last thing. I do still highly recommend Councilmember Willis's idea of putting the stormwater under the shuffleboard court. If we do decide to go forward with the Fillmore Avenue Road project, what that would do, and it's kind of like a jigsaw puzzle where I'm trying to put together right now on time. What it would do is it would allow me, because I believe Molly's shuffleboard replacement is she's missing. 25, 26, 26, 27, I believe.
I could help you out with that. That's
Yes,
why I brought
please.
the new proposed budget.
Just to kind of give a highlight of the whole picture.
26, 27, Tim.
Okay.
Engineering and construction, and the stormwater fund be able to fund that $210K.
Okay. So what that would do is Parka would take care of the removal of the shuffleboard courts and put the racquetball courts, or not racquetball, I'm sorry, pickleball courts there. Stormwater would come in and put underground chambers. That's in 26, 27, correct? But during Fillmore, while they have the road tore up, they would go ahead and pipe it and plumb it to go to that area if we know that we're going to approve that project ahead of time. Now, what they would do is they'd just put a pipe in the ground and they'd abandon the end of it. They would seal it up until we're ready to move on with the next phase of the project, which would be the underground chambers under the pickleball courts over where the shuffleboard courts are original. So with that being said, I still highly recommend putting a big area over there of underground chambers to take a lot of that water off of the Center Street Basin. It was in the first report, I believe, that Mead and Hunt gave. And I believe Councilmember Willis brought up a long time ago is they said, don't stop there, try to find as many places as you can to relieve this flooding. I see that as a good, plan going forward of getting some more water off that area. And John, you said it was about what, 250, 210, 210. But I just wanted to put that out there for the future.
That makes more sense to me, saying that you're going to do the low part of Fillmore first. Because I'm like, if the flood has to go upstream to get to the tank, that makes no sense.
It will have fall.
Yeah.
It will have fall no matter what.
Well, when we get Fillmore resolved in that spot that has a little craziness in it, then it would make more sense that it's got a more direct route to get to the tank.
Correct.
So the order to me didn't make sense before. That makes more sense to me now, hearing what you said.
And also take into consideration that when Fillmore goes forward, when it's approved, I believe I got an email today saying that it would probably be ready to go out to bid around August, September, at the latest October. So we should have a full set of plans for Fillmore. I will definitely make sure that it has every possible thing that we can put in there for stormwater so that the people in the 300 block, which I know very well, will not flood. You know, we'll get rid of as much water as we possibly can.
That sounds good. Thank you,
Great.
Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
we also have a pipe running along A1A that feeds into the Center Street Basin that runs right by City Hall, right by the parking lot, right by the Nancy Hansen Center. That could easily be tied into, and if FDOT could be convinced to help us with that,
Sure.
I think they can be. That just,
Upsize, that pipe was small too, I think, around Center Street as well too. I don't know if it was Mead-Knott or those guys talked about.
Oh, so,
if-
yes.
When they come in
Yeah.
and redo A1A, if by expanding the diameter of that pipe.
yeah, but if we go ahead and remove it
Mm-hmm.
at basically the headwater, then, we've got all of this coming from Orange, Magnolia, that could be routed into it, but I just think, I think as many solutions as we can put out there that are efficient would be great. Thank you.
Anytime you can mix Fillmore flooding and pickleball, you know you got a winner. Those are some big topics in our city. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
If there's not anything else, I think we got the motion in the second on the floor. We can go ahead and call the roll. City Clerk, please.
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Councilmember Jackson,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay, that concludes item 8A. We are at 7:40 almost. Let's take a quick recess if that's okay. Let's try 10 minutes, try to get back between around 7:50 on that clock at least, and try to finish this item up.
not approachable.
Alrighty, I call the meeting back to order. It is 7:51 PM here at our regular city council meeting. We are working through, we just completed item 8A as under the items for action. We are now on to item 8B, which is the Therm Boulevard Streetscape Project proposal. Like the last one, engineering services with Mead and Hunt. And I won't read the proposed motion, but if we want to lead with the motion, I do think that works better, but if we need to discuss, we can.
I'll make a motion to approve the item.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Councilmember Davis to approve the motion, I believe as written, and that is a motion to consider the approval of a proposal from Mead and Hunt in the amount of $101,741 for design and engineering services for Therm Boulevard Streetscape Project and authorize the interim city manager the same. At this, council, I think any questions? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
Yes, I have a couple questions. And it's the same thing with the money.
Budget book?
The budget book. And my first question is, it says in the summary, page 101 in the budget book.
101.
It says that Mr. Picard in 2023 was tasked city tasked Mead and Hunt to carry out the work that Mr. Picard had begun. So Mr. Picard, here it is, tasked in 2019 to perform a conceptual view of Therm Boulevard's drainage outfalls and provided a report. So my question is, after Mr. Picard left, then Mead and Hunt was tasked with that. And then on the description of services, it says data collection and site reconnaissance, utility coordination. So in 2023, did Mead and Hunt perform the data collection then, or are we doing that now?
2024 is when they did that. It was mainly for stormwater. During Picard's term here, when he started this project, he did not include stormwater calculations, which you need. That's a major component of putting in a stormwater system. He said that he did not do it at the time. They had some rough plans that they put together, but that was what that was for, the reconnaissance, getting with St. John's, seeing if they could be permitted, what would be permitted. That's what that reconnaissance was for.
Okay, so then if Mead and Hunt perform the data collection in 2024, why is it part of the work that's going to follow? data collection is again in the description of services.
You're referring to
Oh.
the agenda cover summary?
Yes,
Okay.
What task is that?
it says the
Data
first,
collection, I see it, utility coordination. Okay, so that's a little bit different. That's not really for stormwater, that's going to be for FDOT, for FPL, for all other utilities.
oh, okay.
It's just included in their whole scope of work. So when they do the project, they're not going to worry so much about the stormwater portion of it, but they do need to worry about tying in with FDOT's A1A on that one side. They're going to have to work around with FPL on their poles and where their lights are. And
Okay.
so that's the data collection and site reconnaissance that they'll do for that portion.
Okay, so the one that Mead and Hunt did is the stormwater part of it.
That first one was stormwater,
Okay.
correct?
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And then my other questions were the amount of money, 101,741 out of the general fund, and then in the budget book, there's the 1,200, again, construction and support, engineering, field feeds, and bid process. And then there's 280,000 out of the general fund and 1,200 out of, or
1.2 million.
Yes, thank you, John.
Is that correct?
Yes.
I didn't want to interrupt.
Thank you. All these zeros, geez. Out of the impact fees.
Yes.
So, again, where are we with that? And this is, it's,
Mayor Pro Tem,
yes,
I'm here to throw you that life preserver.
okay, thank you.
So obviously, Tim's got this portion done, but in 25, 26, we'll have a proposed budget of 1.4 million, which is gonna include that which 1.2 million of it will be covered by the impact fees. Okay? And this is a big project. This project's gonna cost probably over $3 million. So, I'm just, and this is not complete yet, but, this isn't final, but I'm just letting you know that, so 1.4 million is expected to be completed in 25, 26, and in 26, 27, 1.4 million is to be completed. So this project is gonna stretch over the next 2 years after this year ends. And, so that's what's going on, and maybe it showed there, I don't have that budget with me, but if it's showing that certain things were gonna take place this year, well, they didn't because, Tim basically has gotten the Mead and Hunt portion, design and engineering services done, but everything really begins next year. So this is gonna be spread over the next, 2 years after this year.
What I've been told by Mead and Hunt is this portion of it will be the finalization of the design plans that Picard started. They did have to redesign quite a bit of it because Picard didn't, his were some rough designs on everything, including, like I said, no stormwater calculations. This will be, I believe, completed, if I'm not mistaken. They said if everything goes well with St. John's, which they do believe it will, since they've already talked to them about this, we were offered an exemption, which is a wonderful, wonderful news on the St. John's permit. They said, I want to say they said around October, November, possibly December at the latest of when this could actually go out to bid. And when I start doing my timeline of how I do this whole process from beginning to end, I try to work with the finance department as much as possible to do it where it benefits everything, time-wise. And timelines are very important within project management. So I try to make sure that half of it could be done within a year and half of it could go into the next year to help even it out.
Okay. One other question, on, again, ARPA funds. We have $14,683 that has been spent from ARPA funds for this project already. What would that be for?
14,000, could I see what you're looking at?
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, are you referring to a report that you have? That,
Yes.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just want to make sure
Boulevard.
it's not anywhere that the council can go
Yeah,
see.
that would be related to, and see how it says SW7, that would be related to stormwater funds.
But what I'm saying is, what was that for?
What I would have to do, since for that minute amount, I could go ahead tomorrow and see exactly what the $14,000 was spent on. I could pull a PO.
And I'm not trying to be, it's just hard for, and if it's hard for me to understand, I'm sure it's hard for the public to understand.
But you're looking at a list, and it's telling you there's $14,000 that's been spent. If you asked me, John, what was spent on Parks and Rec in the last 6 months on this particular project, I'm good, but I'm not that good. I have to go look and see how much, where it was spent on. I'd have to look at that.
What I'm trying to say is, to me, and nothing against anybody, it just would make more sense and for me and the public to understand, okay, here's the project. This is how much it's going to cost. On this sheet too, from ARPA funds, it says $285,316 in ARPA funds. Where does that calculate into all of this?
That is a report that we give to convenience for, that we keep to show we're tracking how the ARPA is being spent. That is not specific to every task. We just know the overall amount of money that's going to be spent on that capital improvement project. So that's the only thing you can use that for, is to say, they gave us $300K for Stormwater 7 project, and they spent $14K of it. Now, what you're asking me is, John, what specifically did they spend that $14,000 on? And I'm telling you that tomorrow, when I go in my office, I will go to my finance staff and say, please send Mayor Pro Tem Kellum what we spent $14,000 on. Probably a PO for related work. But on that particular thing, that just shows you how much ARPA money is being spent on each capital improvement project. The purpose of that is not to match against the budget book. That's
Mayor Morrison now.
Okay. I'm just trying to say
Yeah.
that, to me, you have, like on page 151 of this budget book, you have 600,000. Then you have 1.4 or 1,480,000 and then 1,200 in impact fees. And then it's kind of hard to follow what's happening is all I'm saying.
So I think what you do is, when you have questions like this, you specifically ask me what those questions are, and I go to my staff and I go in there and look, and I could tell you exactly what the money's been spent on, but I don't know what other way you do it, because somebody else could ask me, what was that $3,000 spent on in Parks and Rec under operational expenses? I'd have to go look and see what it is.
Is there any way that we could do project costing on these CIPs?
She has a report that just shows, we tried as a courtesy, we give a report because we were asked to see how much money we're spending on each project in ARPA. Okay? Mayor Pro Tem saying, well, what was that $14,000 for? And
But that's
I'm
what
saying, I will let you know what that $14,000 for.
But that's what I'm saying. When you do a project of any nature and you use a project costing worksheet, when you spend the money, you put what the money was spent for. And when you're talking about, over $1 million, of course, we're going to want to know what's being spent. And with that project costing worksheet, as you spend it,
That's not the purpose of that report.
No, but
That's
I'm
contained in the
saying,
budget and
I
in
think
GL.
we're missing that piece.
If
And
you-
without that piece, it makes it hard for us to tell what is going on with
Yeah,
it.
but something that minute, if you're asking for what certain costs are, and the mayor's asked for this before, and we have sent a general ledger that shows each account, how much has been charged against it. That's in our accounting system. This here is nothing more than showing you all the projects that have ARPA funding related to it, and we're just showing you a balance of how much of it's been spent, that's all. So that's not the purpose of that report.
Well, I guess I'm not making myself clear or making sense. But when, and the bottom, when it says financial impact, and it says that this money's coming out of the general fund, and there's money everywhere else that is going to this project.
Yeah, I think that's an unfair assessment towards myself and staff, because it's basically, the way you're explaining it is almost like we have money all over the place, and we do not. There's a logical explanation, and you know, if people are watching in the audience, you know, they're thinking like, well, what's going on? You know, why is that over the, you know, I mean, I think what you do is you ask the question, where the money's being spent, and then we give you the answer, because I can't give you the answer right now.
Well, what I'm saying, John, is when we get this sheet, when this comes to us on a thing, why can't we just have, this is gonna cost 101,000 or whatever.
Right.
But this is how much money we have in here, stormwater, this, that, whatever. I mean, just explain, if it says it's coming out of the general fund.
That's where the money's coming out of. And then if you need to get more specific than that, I mean, this money has not been spent yet. You're approving this 101, and then when it's time to be spent, if you want once the program's executed, if you want a report that shows how the general ledger is being affected, then we could show you what's been spent as we spend the money. But when we first do the project, we're saying this is costing $101,000, and then we have reports in our accounting system as we're processing POs and what have you, that's going to show you how the money's spent.
No, I just think there's and it's just because I've come from the other side where you're managing projects. And when you're managing projects, if you do an expenditure, for example, with this pilot project on the concrete, now we know we're gonna spend 99,000 and whatever. And if a spreadsheet was kept to that where we could say, what have we spent? And, you know, and knowing now we've got this budget and here's where the money comes from, here's what we've spent out of it so far. And I think that's the gap that I am seeing.
Respectfully, there's no gap. Those monies are in our software system, and we could run projects whenever you'd like.
No.
We could run reports whenever they like, and they could see what we spent. There's no gap. And the language that's being used here is you know, there's no gap. I just.
John, I'm just,
I'm gonna give it. It sounds like you're perceiving the language as to be negative. I haven't heard it that way. I don't think Mayor Pro Tem Kellum has asked for what it is now before he does, and I think respect that when you get back, you know, that'll be able to be provided.
That's all I'm saying.
Councilmember Jackson was raising that perhaps Mayor Pro Tem Kellum in the future wouldn't have even needed to ask that question to avoid it and to save staff time and try to set kind of a format and a standard moving forward. But yeah, I just want to make sure we're hearing each other the same. And it is tough. It is tough to follow, and I appreciate the desire to help communicate financial data to council members and the residents. And we can always improve. And so we're always, and we have improved in a lot of ways. I mean, it was very difficult to see financial information, not for bad reasons. It's just, I'm here to do my job and manage the finances, not show my work to the world, but as the days, the era we live in now with transparency, all the software and the budgeting, you could go in and click on projects and see breakdowns, as council members say, in some of these more fancier, interactive, citizen-facing budgets. And so I just want to add one thing to this, is I look forward to the day when we can get into that budget with the investment in the BSNA cloud, that access. I clicked around in the general ledger module. As John said, he provided some data the other day. I asked about some specific category expenses, year-to-date expenses. But being able to click around and know what, we're looking at, I think we will get there. But I'm sharing Mayor Pro Tem Kellum's, starting with page 101 of the budget, we see a therm project that we adopted, we passed, totaling just under 1.5 million. This one's an agenda item that I would, $100,000 coming out of the general fund, and just trying to connect those two. Is that right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, and that's all I mean. It's just, the 1.4 million, and then in stormwater project number 7, 600,000 there on page 151. I'm just, and 101,000. I just want to see where it's coming from.
So let me give you a brief explanation of how I go about getting this whole thing started from the time you see it in a budget book to the time that we actually get a PO. When I get something approved like this that has a $101,741 price tag on it, let's say that the whole budget was $2.5 million. We're taking this as one of part of that $2.5 million, and we're taking it out of those funds. Now, those funds might not totally be spent, as this one's going to be rolling over to next fiscal year for the project. But if I were to do the project and the project was $3 million and it involved 3 different accounts, stormwater,
General fund.
general fund, and another account, it would be wrapped up into one PO. Now, once I get a pay app, once the contractor starts construction on that project, they submit a pay app for, let's say, $500,000. When I send that over to Donna, now Donna keeps a spreadsheet, which is what you were discussing, that shows how much we have left on that project until we hit that $0 amount that the PO's been expended. It's done.
And let me stop you there, okay? Just to stop you there. So what he just said, I want everybody to take, understand that. That is exactly what Councilmember Jackson was saying, and you just answered her question.
Yes.
And those things are internal, and they're in our system, and if anybody wants to see them, they could see them, but they're not going to appear here.
Right,
It's
right.
too much data. We would be here for, I don't know,
That's a
12
lot.
hours explaining this.
That's a
So,
lot.
thank you, Tim.
Yeah.
That was perfect, because now Councilmember Jackson knows tomorrow if she wants to come in and see where that $14,000 is, we'll just go show her.
Yeah, a good example is, I believe somebody had asked me for how much we have spent on a project and how much we had left over. So I was able to go into BSNA and see how much
Yeah.
we actually spent. Luckily, I get the pay app, so I can see the ones that haven't been approved yet that are still going through the system, but I can go ahead and deduct those and say, okay, this is coming out soon. We're about to submit a check for this. Now, when it comes down to what fund it's being taken out of, that 500,000, that would have to be a John question, because I don't know, they might take 200 out of stormwater out of that 500. They might take 200 out of ARPA out of that 500 and 100 out of the general fund.
And that's based on the project cost defined to the department.
Right.
There's stormwater money, there's infrastructure maintenance money, so it's being split, and there's so much, and those are the things that could be showed to council when
Right.
they request that information.
And I think that's where the 14,000 comes in, because it's just a portion of maybe something that was bigger. It might be.
Exactly.
I'm not sure.
I'm not worried about the 14,000. And I'm not trying to say I doubt anything anybody's saying or any of that. I'm just saying, when we get a project like this and it says 101,000, and then I go to the budget book to see, okay, let me see, how much we, and it says it'll be funded by impact fees or stormwater fees, and this says general fund. I'm just a little confused about that. That's all I'm saying is,
Now, I can tell you that Mead and Hunt was tasked with originally a study. You know how you had just mentioned that,
Yeah.
and I had mentioned the stormwater study. That was a total of $17,000 something, but I don't think, they might not have built it all the way out yet. So that 14,000 might be out of that 17,000 original PO that we had submitted for that study for the stormwater calculations and the permitting.
okay. I'm not doubting anyone, I'm just.
Yes, I know, I understand 100%
It's
what you're saying.
confusing. No, it's
Yeah.
confusing, but, it's confusing, but that's why you have us on staff. That's what you hire us for. So we could provide anything you want by line item for any project, and the spreadsheets are attached right to the purchase order. So, anyway, I know it's confusing. It could get very confusing.
I am very interested in getting to an area where we're not, for basic expenditures, we're able to see what we've spent, what projects have been done, and then when we go there. So you can see the balance. In here, the balance that y'all have passed was 1.4. This is being pulled as the budget stated here, sort of, we can get there, because when we have to ask today, but I think we can pursue that end, and
I just think it would be easier for us to understand, and, when a resident says to me, well, why are we paying 101,000 out of the general fund? And I go, well, I don't know, I would just like to be able to understand it so I can, give the right answer to people, so. Anyway, that's all.
I was going to say, we could go to meetings before the meeting today, but we have a question. I want to call a question. We have a vote on, so I want to call the question, or take a vote.
okay, got a motion and a thing called.
I had a question, so for Tim.
Guidance called the question, Councilmember Jackson has a question.
Now you can take the question. Call the question requires a 2/3 vote. Council.
Call the roll on that.
So you have a motion on the floor, and then council member called the question. There wasn't a second, so the call the question motion is not
I did
You
second.
want to make a motion, call the question?
No, I'm just saying we've got the vote on,
The motion and the second.
thank you. And we've been talking about budget. So with the budget, we can go to the officer or whatever before we go to this meeting, so we understand where the funds are coming from, so that we don't have to do it today. And we have a vote on, so we need to vote. Call the question.
But you have another council member that has a question.
Yes, that's correct.
Has the privilege to ask the question.
No, I know, but
Okay.
we've been going on for.
No, your point is that, let's get on with it and call the roll, but I think Ms. Jackson doesn't seem to want to call the roll right now. She wants ask another question.
And it'll be a quick,
You're the chair, Mayor. So-
Yes, thank you. Out of respect to Councilmember David's request, I think we would make a motion to call the question. It would get seconded. It sounds like Councilmember Willis, and if we want to call a roll call, 2/3 vote, I don't support that. I want to hear Councilmember Jackson's question.
I would like to hear a question.
So I don't think we have a 2/3 vote, but we can certainly call the roll.
I think for expedience, let's allow this question.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Councilmember Jackson?
and it'll be a quick question. Tim, in regards to the actual, and realize I wasn't in the planning and wasn't on council when we talked about the streets and what they would have on them. So how different will the features of this street be compared to like Fillmore when we talked about removing some of the things on Fillmore? Will it be glaringly different?
This project is going to be a complete street project. And what I mean by complete street is it will have the solar lights on the pedways. It will have the bigger pedways. If you look at from A1A to Therm on Central, it's going to kind of look exactly like that. So it's going to mesh all the way through to A1A, all the way to A1A.
Okay.
From those two roads.
And the presidential streets had a lot more features built into it, it seems like.
The presidential streets, I had a conversation with them. We removed a lot of the, I believe I spoke about this earlier, removed a lot of the artsy stuff. I was trying to pinpoint the severity of the flooding issue mainly. And if any sewer laterals or sewer lines need to be replaced or removed and put somewhere else. So those took precedence on that project, Fillmore project.
Right.
Lights can be added later if we want to. Our artsy stuff can be added later if we want to. I want to make sure that there's definitely a sidewalk on one side of the road that people can safely walk up and down.
Right.
And I know that had been discussed with the non-presidential street sidewalks that we got done. We wanted just to make sure that there was at least one sidewalk that people can safely travel. They're not pedways, they're sidewalks. So there's a big difference. With the Therm Boulevard, it's going to have a sidewalk and a pedway on the other side.
So the huge difference in cost for the presidential streets is mainly storm-related, correct? Because it came in really high compared to this.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens because I want to say that they gave the OPC the cost estimate. The engineers gave the cost estimate with everything included. And since then, though, I've taken some stuff out of it, and we have made some revisions, and we've changed some things. So I think that when they submit over the final plans, they should have a new OPC included with it.
Okay.
So we'll be able to tell more of how much that Fillmore project's going to cost.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for explaining about how the jobs are costed out for you as far as documenting. I think with council not having been in the BSA training, that kind of puts us at a disadvantage. It's too late because it's already happened, but I think that would have been helpful if we were in it since that's where the information lies for us. But thank you so much, and I'm done.
Yes, thank you. I do have one just small one. You said 2 dates, Fillmore, August, September earlier. I'm assuming that's this upcoming August, September is the hope.
Correct.
And then you had mentioned Therm, October, November this year as well.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, great. Councilmember Jackson, I think you're done with the questions. Are there anything else? If not, we've got a motion and a second on the floor to approve it as written. Ready? No further discussion. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis.
4.
Councilmember Jackson.
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
Item 8B passes 5-0. We have one more item for action under item 8C. This item here is an independent auditor contract renewal and engagement letter, James Moore & Co. BL motion to, well, I won't read it again, but it's a consideration to renew the contract with James Moore, the independent auditors, and authorize the interim city manager.
I'll make a motion that we approve the renewal of James Moore and Company as the independent auditor.
Second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, got a second by Councilmember Willis. I do have some discussion on this. believe, well, let me just get to the actual packet so I can reference. So 2010 was the initiation, the contract was executed for a 5-year period, and then it was renewed for through 2025. From 2020 to 2024, and basically the engagement letter here wants to renew for years September 2025, 2026, 27, 28, and 29. So it's basically another 5-year extension. It'll be our third one to bring it to the 15 years.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. When is the deadline or the date of the original, the anniversary for this? Is it coming up in a month or two?
No, it's already passed. I had that letter that I had shared with each council member, that letter that I had wrote to discuss with council, that after the audit was presented in February, as it is each year, that would be their last act. And then of course, then you've got to go into a renewal. And so now we're at that renewal period. It really closed out when we, when we presented the audit and got through the audit. But of course, they kept servicing us. They answer my questions. They're outstanding. I called them today, and their partner answered the phone on the first ring. So they're outstanding.
And thank you for sharing that with us, obviously, in your capacity in the history of the city as finance director, you, chief financial officer, really, of the city. You've maintained that relationship and shared that it's been positive. My request would be that we do not extend for a full 5 years. We should propose extending for 1 year. Auditors, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a healthy thing to consider rotating auditors from time to time. I don't know how many years we went with James Moore, but I was going to request that if their anniversary is coming up or we're past, or we have time to postpone it, and I will consider the 5 years, but with a new city manager coming in who is coming into a 5-year agreement, I want to do as little as possible and to not bind them to any long-term commitments so that they can come in and listen, and I think we'll have 1 year at least, and we could automatically renew. I mean, a city attorney could write it in a way where if council doesn't take action, it can automatically renew. That initiates on us, but I think 10 years they've been auditing us. It would be best practice to go out and bid for either rotate auditors or go back out to bid again to see what types of services they can provide. And further, I would be interested in the other services, the way that they help us. They are very responsive. I think they would be tough to beat there. But I think they've also performed other outside maybe the scope. I think IT audits was mentioned in the past. Is that right?
That they do one, it's like every 3 years, they'll actually could send in an IT person that does an extensive audit. I mean, it's a lot of, it checks our IT program, yeah.
And we've utilized that service as well?
Oh, yes, that's part of, it's part of what they do, but it's not done every year because there's a comprehensive thing that they do. I don't know in this contract when they would do that, maybe 2 or 3 years in. But in reference to what you're saying, though, I don't know I don't know, I'd have to talk, I don't know if they will renew for only 2 years. And this has been a hellacious year with the firing of a city manager and a lot of new staff. This is not the opportune time to switch auditors. Now, if you want it, but I did hear you say, Mayor, if we had them for 2 years, I mean,
1 year.
1 year. That would mean that you'd have to, for instance, if you ever said we have to go out for bid, that would be very bad at this point because it'll take 60 to 90 days. And then you, council, have to interview all the audit groups. If we get 3, say, you guys are going to have to interview them. And our pre-audit would be scheduled for the beginning of September with the final audit in December. We can't make that in. If I was the city manager coming in, I would not want to have that on my plate. So I don't think James Moore will just do it for 1 year, Mayor.
Okay, do we have anyone from James? I don't think anyone's here to verify that.
No,
You would have
no.
obviously said that. So if they will not, I think we need to know that their pre-audit work begins in September.
Well, typically in the past, they used to do it in August, but they'll do it right before we do the first budget hearing in September. And then staff has a heck of a lot of work to do to get ready for, they usually do it the first week of December, they do our final audit.
So I think that I'm talking about 2026.
The next year.
Yeah, so we can roll with, I think, business as usual with James Moore, but we have a year's ahead of time to go out and see if there are any options out there. If they're not, that we are interested in, or whatever the process is to comply. I think it's good practice to go back out and look at service providers from it's been 10 years, and now we're going to renew for another lock-in 5 more.
Yeah.
I think the city manager coming in is going to appreciate that.
It's going to be a load on
And
a
he
new
might,
city
or
manager.
she might immediately say, no, absolutely, extended another 4. John agrees fully with you, but just like Waste Pro services, or just like any other franchise or service provider, when we hit 5 years, I do want to just stop and look and see what other options are out there. So do we know who did the audit for the city of Cape Canaveral prior to James Moore?
I wasn't here, but I'm going to say it could have been like Cars Rigs or whatever their name was.
Do you know roughly what time that was before
I
your
came
time?
on in 2013. James Moore was already here in 2010.
Mr. Green, the former city manager, was hired around 2010.
9, I think.
So the first thing he did when he came in before your time was discontinued the existing auditing services?
I'm not sure. I could ask Cheryl. Cheryl's been here.
Changed.
Yeah,
I agree, and know how it
It
would.
changed. I don't think that's how it happened, but if I could just say this real quick, Mayor, based on what you said, let me make sure I understand what you're saying. So you're saying, when you turn to the attorney and say, you would be willing to, because you could do a termination with auditors if that's what you want to do, but you're saying you would take on the 5 years, but when the new city manager comes in, you would like to know that, to give that person the option of potentially whether feeling comfortable with them or wanting to look at other things. And if you had the option a year later, that city manager, whoever that will be, would say, I want to go out and put it out for bid. I think that's what you're saying. Because you're not saying just, John, call these guys tomorrow and see if they'll only do it for another year.
I just don't want the city manager to be locked into a 5-year
I-
agreement.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Willis?
attachment A, number 29. If the city attorney would look at that and
Is an out?
where client may elect to terminate services rendered under the terms of the engagement for any reason or no reason at all. Second to last page.
Yeah, but
What are you reading the general terms?
Yes.
I have some issues with the general terms. There's another provision on page 10 of the scope of auditing services that has a different clause. It says the engagement may be terminated by either party for non-compliance with the terms as noted in the engagement letter, and you have to provide 60 days notice of intent to engage. So, there's some provisions in the general terms that have to be corrected, like public records, and most of the general terms don't even apply to a public sector client, but they attached it. I guess that's just the standard practice. So some adjustments need to be made to this.
What would you recommend?
Well, if it's the desire of council to move forward for 1 year, we would need to, either set this as a 1-year term or keep it a 5-year term subject to termination for convenience at any time. That would give the council the ability to consider going out for auditing services. And there's a special procurement process for that. I won't bore you with the details, but there's a special process to retain auditors.
Okay.
So now keep in mind, they're also quoting a 5-year fee. So
What is that?
I don't know how inclined they would be if it's if it's a 1 year.
They might jack up the price.
Well, no, they might modify the pricing schedule on page 9.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a fee, city attorney?
Yeah, there's a pricing schedule for
Oh, I
the
see.
year end from 2025 through 2029.
I see.
So they're committing to a 5-year, which is standard practice for the auditors, is when they have these contracts, is they have a standard fee for a number of years, has a small escalator built into the long-term contract. But if you only want a 1-year contract, then I assume, the 2025 fee will be the $54,000 plus the single audit fee of $4,500 and a CRA audit of $5,000. Yeah, the rest of the pricing wouldn't be relevant in a 1-year contract, but if they were willing to keep the pricing schedule and have a 5-year contract that the city can terminate for convenience, we'd have to go back and ask them whether they would stick to the pricing if the council has the ability to terminate this at any time.
If we can do that and just add in a termination for convenience, and if they're willing to amend the agreement, I think that would be prudent. Councilmember Davis?
I would think that a new office manager, we have this guy that's done a wonderful job all these years, haven't any issues. He doesn't want to have to go through and sorry, my voice, doesn't want to find another one. I think we should do them for the 5 years, and then after that, if he's not happy with them after 5 years, you can do it. But he doesn't want to do this in the first year. He's got other things to mind. Look at.
I will let them speak for themselves. My response to that, Councilmember Davis, is he would, or she would walk into the same auditor, exactly what you're saying, but they have enough runway in 2026 that if they want to change, they have the option to, whether it be termination for convenience, amended, assuming James Moore would be willing to do that, or it's just for 1 year. And whatever I think is in the best interest of the city, trust our city attorney, and of course, if that is the case, where they go, I don't want to do this. And you're absolutely right, Councilmember Davis. They have an agreement that's signed, executed, and they go, nope, I'm going to keep extending. But this right here, I think, assumes that they're going to get 5 years. They base the pricing on 5 years. That's going to be 15 years with the same auditor. That, to me, does not seem to be like the best practice or healthy. We should rotate auditors every decade, in my opinion. And I'm actually... the truth is, I think we should do it now and let James Moore bid and we go out and look at the others as well. But what I'm understanding from our interim city manager is, well, if they're going to get started in September, we don't have enough time to do that. And our city attorney highlighted a different process for that, which I think usually means more cumbersome by state procedures, I guess, come into play when you're procuring services from auditing.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean,
That's
it's
gonna
probably
require
gonna, it's
time.
probably gonna be, I mean, 60, 90-day process. I mean, you have to form a committee. The committee has to prepare the RFP document and approve it. Then it has to hit the street. Then you have to get your responses back. Then the committee has to review and make a recommendation to the city council. And that committee has to consist of at least 3 people, and one of them has to be one of you, plus 2 other people to serve on that, at least 2 other people to serve on that committee that are not council members. So, I mean, there's a process. It's just for auditing services. So, my suggestion is if there's there's a consideration, I don't know whether or not you can go out for bid now for your next auditing services that are going to be required. It may not be enough time. I'll leave that to John. If there's not enough time, then I would recommend, see if they'll keep the 5-year pricing schedule, but make sure that there's a termination for convenience clause in the retainer. So if you want to get out, you can get out, and the general terms and conditions need to be modified. And if you go in that direction, I would just ask for the leeway to go ahead and make those modifications to the retainer letter with James Moore.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
with your intent being to give the potential new city manager the ability to do this, I think we should go with the city attorney's recommendation, because then it's up to him. If he doesn't like the service, he can terminate
Gave
it.
him an out.
Yeah. But if he likes it, we're committed.
We made it as easy as possible, assuming James Moore is willing. And I guess the last question would be, if we don't make those changes, the issues, if they don't like the service and they don't want to continue the general terms, as Councilmember Willis, those need to be changed. I think you
Correct.
said you can't just cancel at any time because you got some conflicting in the, okay. Well, unless you need clarity from us, city attorney, I think the motion on the floor is to pass it as written. During discussion, I raised pass it as written, and I would ask that we amend it as we discussed to allow for that 1-year term. That's all.
I think I made the motion, so can I make the
No,
motion?
I think,
Well, I have,
af-
wouldn't we be doing it for 5 years, but with the ability to withdraw from it for convenience? So we're asking for a change in the language, not necessarily the length of term.
Yeah, that's, if that works, I think that would,
So I think if we were to withdraw the motion, or amend the motion to allow the city attorney to amend the contract or seek some amendment to the contract for convenience.
regarding termination,
Yeah.
yeah.
Is that what we need?
Withdrawal?
yeah, that's what you need. The only point, just of clarification, in the event that they're willing to do a 1-year contract pricing schedule, would that be an acceptable alternative?
Absolutely, because they can.
So it's either a 1-year, 1 year at the price quoted for 2025, or the whole 5-year pricing schedule, right, with the ability to terminate for convenience.
Excellent.
I mean, either one, I think, works for you. I don't know what works for them.
As long as it has that effect to allow the
An out
city.
after the next audit.
So if they disagree, Anthony, then
They won't
I
disagree.
can, if they did. No, if they did, because I have to face constant audit questions. If they disagree, then I can't pick up the phone and call them no longer. Their contract's done. So I have, this city will have no audit
Then you have,
support.
well, then you don't have a contract, and then we'll be back before the council, and we'll get a committee organized, and we'll go through the
And 90
process.
days later, so this, and I'll tell you, based on experience, and I've been here 12 years, if we have to go out 90 days and then there's a committee and whatever, who knows, it might go in October.
I mean,
There's no way that this audit could be done on time next year in February. There's no way.
I don't know, my experience with James Moore is they're extremely professional.
They are, but Anthony, you're not sitting in my seat and have to answer all these questions and whatever, with no disrespect, but, you know, I'm the one that's dealing, you're not doing the audit for the city, I am. I mean, come on,
No, I'm just addressing that,
yeah.
whether they would leave the city out on a lurch, I doubt that.
Probably not, but if they say they won't agree to 1 year, I have nobody.
Well, if you are in a circumstance where you don't have a service provider, I'm willing to meet, and certainly if it qualifies for an emergency meeting. I hope that doesn't happen.
Oh, me either. I mean,
We could find a quorum and help expedite and do whatever measures we have.
so what's the motion then?
I mean,
don't understand.
my recommendation is to approve the retainer agreement for the 5-year pricing schedule, modify the retainer agreement to include a termination for convenience. So when the city gets the next city manager, we have some flexibility to to terminate the contract, and modify the general terms and conditions that need to be modified, in my opinion, because a lot of it's just private sector general terms, and I think it needs to be tailored more to the public sector, and public records and things like that need to be addressed. I mean, with that, you're basically approving what they presented with a change in the termination clause and some modification of the general terms and conditions, which I don't think are legally acceptable for a city client.
So do we need a motion to amend the main motion?
No, I think that's what Councilman Willis was getting at. Now, if they don't, the only caveat is if, they don't want to do that, then would they accept just a one-year term, based on the price that they quoted? And, one of those options, I presume, is going to be acceptable to them. If neither are acceptable, which I highly doubt, then we'll be back before you because John's got a pickle to, deal
It's not,
with.
it's not my pickle, it's council's pickle.
No, I
I'm
know,
here
but
to
I'm
do the
just-
job, it's not my pickle, they need to make the decision.
Because, right now, you don't even have a contract, right?
Yeah, I don't have a contract.
Because they completed the
They're still
auditing.
picking up the phone though, because they gave me a renewal, I had to contact them.
Yeah, well, they're
Yeah,
a very professional firm.
oh, they're fantastic.
And the motion.
I don't think so. I think the motion on the floor was as written, and the changes that you
Termination,
stated.
termination for convenience. It's either gonna, which would include a 5-year pricing schedule or just a 1 year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Modification of the general terms and conditions that I think are legally acceptable for a city client. And then I think you got a contract once we finish the document.
So the city attorney, I think if I understand, he's heard the motion, and he's also heard some changes, as he stated, the termination for convenience with a 501 and the modifying the general terms. If we've heard anything that's a concern, I think he has stated the direction I would support with the motion that's existing. So just counsel, is there any concern with
Well, my
the city
question,
attorney?
yeah, because I think if that 1 year is in there, they're not going to do it. So we're going to be high and dry without audited. But if we do the 5 years and we don't say anything about the 1 year, and 2.5 years ago, or 3, 1, 2, whatever, we decide we don't like you, we want to change, how would that be to get out of that contract?
Not sure I understand that. I mean.
Well, we don't want to, if we don't want to weigh 1 year in there, We don't want to put that in the contract. But after 2 years, we decide there's something that we don't like and whatever, we want to change and get another one. Can we get out of that contract without putting with the 1 year in there?
Well, that's what I think what we're trying to do, is trying to get a five-year contract with the pricing schedule with a termination clause that gives, that for convenience. I mean, that's not a massive change to this document.
Okay.
And then we have to change the general terms and conditions.
Okay.
Now, if for some reason they won't accept a termination for convenience with a 5-year pricing schedule, I just wanted a backup plan, and that is, we'll do a 1-year contract then.
Okay.
And I think in your example, it's a good question. In year 2, as Councilmember Davis said, if we get to that point, that convenience, if successful, will be there. And you can
Yeah,
execute.
or you may just roll it over for to the next year. I mean, it's beneficial for them to have the 5-year with a, termination for convenience clause. It may not be terminated. I mean, I think the point that's being made by some of the council members is, let's give our, the next city manager, assuming you appoint one, an opportunity to deal with it.
That's it. Thank y'all for hearing that out and working through. If there's not anything else, I think the motion stands on the floor. Our city attorney has communicated some of those changes with that motion, and we can move forward as we discussed. City clerk? Oh, boy.
Councilmember Davis.
4.
Councilmember Jackson.
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay, great. Thank you all. I think that concludes item 8C. We are now at the public hearing portion of the meeting. We have the first one, 8D as in dog, second reading and public hearing ordinance 2025-02 on animal control. We took this up at last month. Before our city attorney, I think, as he gets ready to read this ordinance, I am going to step out just for a second to the restroom and come back. But hopefully I'll be back in time. If not, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, need a brief bait. He'll read this ordinance, and then we'll need to give the public the opportunity to speak. But I'm going to rush back as fast as I can. City attorney.
Okay, ordinance 02-2025, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, amending Chapter 14, Animals, Article 1 in general, and Article 2, County Animal Control Ordinance of the City Code related to fines and penalties for animal control code violations, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into the code, severability, and an effective date. Second and final reading here. It's also a public hearing item. There have been no changes since the first reading, just generally. Again, this ordinance conforms the fine schedule for animal control violations under the city code with the fines that are in the Brevard County schedule of fines. And in the event there aren't any specific fines, then the fallback would be under the general penalty section under the city code. So basically adopting Brevard County's schedule of penalties and fines for animal control violations. In addition, as an aside, the council wanted a summary of the Pam Rock Act, which the legislature adopted this session. I sent a separate email this afternoon with that summary. It really doesn't pertain much to the objective of this ordinance, but you do have that summary that I sent you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at a later date regarding the Pam Rock Act. Mayor Pro Tem, quick, while the mayor's still coming.
Do we have any public participation? I don't think we have any cards for this.
Yes.
Oh.
Dr. Roberts? And Take your time. As she's coming up, those of you who might be listening online, if you do intend to speak on this public hearing item before us, 8D, ordinance 2025-02, we all ask that you raise your hand, and when she's finished, and those here are finished, we'll make sure you're heard. Dr. Roberts.
Some of you probably have noticed in social media that we've had a couple of instances with animals on the beach, and I'm just asking for clarity on this. Does the Brevard County system address animal issues on the beach?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Brevard County's code does. Cape Canarval's code currently does, except Cape Canarval's code currently has a $35 penalty for animals on the beach. And Brevard County has, I think it's a $50 for the initial violation and $65 for any subsequent violations. So the adoption of this ordinance increases the fine with respect to animals on the beach.
So it'd be to $50 instead of $35?
For the first violation, 65 for
60.
every other violation, the same person.
Thank you. I know you all noticed that some of the commentary, depending on your point of view, was that it seemed insufficient for the magnitude of the injuries that were incurred by those that were
That's different.
influenced, but that's different. I'm just asking in that context.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That would, that particular, I'm going to make a comment on that because I know it was an issue. That involves, the dangerous dog declaration, and Brevard County has the regulations regarding the process to deal with dangerous dogs. Under the Pam Rock Act, which was enacted by the legislature doubled the civil penalty regarding dangerous dogs to from $500 to $1,000 as the maximum civil penalty, and also made it more mandatory to confiscate a dangerous dog under certain circumstances based on injuries that the dangerous dog may have caused an individual. So that's under the state statute, and Brevard County administers that, at least.
And Brevard County is going to, do they have to take any action at the county on? I think that's what we were talking about
Yeah, they're
last time.
probably going to have to do a little tweaking to their dangerous dog ordinance, in my opinion. I tried to reach out to the county attorney today. He's out of the office, so they may need to make Brevard County's ordinance, in some respects, based on my analysis, is actually more stringent than the Florida statute in some cases, so that's permissible, but they have the ability now to kind of like up the fine.
And if they do, will ours automatically mirror it and do it?
Yes.
If they decide not to up the fine, we could still go back and increase it under state law without them, maybe some rewording the way
Right.
you have it today, but.
Yeah, we
okay.
might have to come back and take a
don't-
look at that. I would anticipate that Brevard County's
Yeah.
gonna, make these little tweaks to their code.
Yeah, and I think that really we had one or two in our code, and this expands and provides attachment to the table of violations to Dr. Roberts' question and comment around aggressive dogs, dangerous dogs, and specifies with those limits and escalators. On some of them, they increase. Before that, are there any other public comments here that intend to speak? Seeing none, I don't see any hands raised online either. So with that, we'll go ahead and close public participation. Council.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
After the last council meeting, or first reading of this, I reached out to Lieutenant Wheeler, the Brevard precinct, and suggested to her that we incorporate the COP program to patrolling the beach. And they are moving forward with that, with the side-by-side for the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, and will be patrolling the beaches as part of their random patrols. And although they can't fine anybody, and Commander Keck can speak to this better than I can, but they can at least identify, warn
Absolutely.
people, they can see what's going on. And it also puts a BCSO presence on the beach a little more frequently than just having to respond. I know several people have said, well, we never see them. Well, that doesn't mean they haven't been there or aren't patrolling, because they do. I know they do. I've seen them. I've almost got run over once by one. So, but Commander Keck can speak to all of this much better than I.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, we are incorporating that, and it's an extra set of eyes out there. And of course, we're in constant communication with our COPs. They have radios, so if they're out there and they spot something, they can call us in, and it actually kind of cut down on some of the time to relay. And then in addition to a couple of things we've done here recently, because this has come up in the past. I don't know if you probably may have noticed, at a couple of the beach accesses, we've got a couple of signboards up. Kind of re-emphasizing no dogs on the beach. There's one right now at Washington Avenue, and I think the other one's at Buchanan. And so to try and just reinforce that. And then one of the other things that came up too was Cherry Down Park. I know it's very, very limited. There is on their sea turtle sign, there's one little blurb right at the very bottom. If you read through the whole sea turtle thing, it says no or animals prohibited or no animals allowed, something like that. So we have been in contact with the county, since it's county park, to see maybe if they would get something there put on the boardwalk to make it a little bit more obvious, to folks that are here, because obviously we get a lot of folks that are here from out of town and visitors and stuff. So they are willing to do that. Actually, just talking to Lieutenant earlier today, but I guess what they would want to do that is a request from the city. The city would want that request to come from the city, since it's county park, and they would be willing to provide a couple extra signs in there. So hopefully those additional things will kind of help out with some of those. And then to answer your question, there were a couple of additional citations issued too after the fact, once the investigation was completed, for attack causing injury, which is like a $225 fine. So I know there were two additional ones issued for that as well. So not that it makes up for what happened, but at least it's a little bit more than that $55 fine, I think, for the animal on the beach. So yeah.
Thank you for that. And the, are there any other I'm going to come back to that actually. Are there any other questions for Commander Keck on this program? That's fantastic, the COP program, and being able to have extra set of eyes out there. If the county, that was another question, the perimeter, the boundaries of Cherry Down Park, I think obviously on the boardwalk, on the beach, we're all in agreement, but if is that parking lot? I mean, there's green spaces. They regulate dogs. Is it their code that regulates that, or is that ours? Is that designated as a dog-friendly park in the lot? And the reason I ask is, if they're not allowed anywhere in there, would it be better to have signs? I think it's fine if you walk your dogs through there, and especially the residents who want to use it, but.
Right, these would be, yes, exclusively saying no dogs on the beach, addressing the dogs on the beach issue, yeah.
Okay.
Because, yeah, if somebody's just walking through with a leash, yeah, we're not concerned about that. We don't have issues with that, so.
And I guess that's allowed. They're allowed to have their dogs in the park. If not, I would want them to be able to, and I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And if for some reason, if they didn't, you're coming in, driving, and you have your pet, and, it hits you before you get out and go. However, I think that park that's not the issue.
Right.
Thank you for explaining. And the other issue I think we were talking about was how much the second offense increases for, which one was it? There was just a few where the county really didn't escalate a lot. It seemed.
Yeah, some of them are significant, some of them are not.
Yeah.
It's a progressive fine, but yes, like for instance, the animals on the beach, it's just a $10 fine, whereas some of the others are more, you almost double in cost and then triple once you get to like a third offense.
That was it, yeah. So 1460B, animal on public park or beach, $55. The second offense goes to 65, and then it stays at 65 for the third and fourth offense. And so I think the challenge is if we don't mirror the county, right, there's benefits in referring to the county, and as opposed to try and change one of these sections or line items.
I mean, I think that based on, your officer, they thought it would be more convenient to have a uniform schedule of fines.
It is, yeah, especially too, since we do deal with the county area.
And the magistrate would.
Avon by the Sea, which is county area, so that way we're just dealing with one across the board. And like the city attorney mentioned, because of the new law, the county may look to update some of their fines, because I think it's been a while since they've increased some of their fines, so they may even decide, since they're doing that, they may look at their fines and bump up some of the other ones that are up there, so.
Right.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, if they do that, then obviously we will still continue to mirror whatever the fines as they go up, so.
Right. That's what the code amendment does. So whatever the county has in its fine schedule, then that would apply in the city of Cape Canaveral.
And because we partner with BCSO, you would be notified at the county level anyways, and so
Correct.
therefore we
Right.
would benefit in the city and
Yes.
know when those things go into effect.
And we work obviously closely with our animal services officers, so, and it would make it easier for them, because that's of course what they're used to dealing with, is the county fine. So and they do get calls sometimes out here as well. So if they're dealing with something, then it's just kind of a uniform for them to deal with this, and not have to worry about a separate set of fines out here in the city.
I understand, thank you. Council, anything else for Commander Keck? Or, thank you, appreciate that.
I'll make a motion that we adopt ordinance number 02/2025 on the second reading.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, a second by Council Member Willis. Dr. Roberts, I heard you say something. We did close public comment, but
Could you please go, Dr. Roberts, so the city clerk could,
I can relay what she states.
yeah,
if
but the
that's
city
okay. I
clerk,
think-
mayor, can't hear.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yes. So she had asked that Commander Keck raised the point that the county expressed a desire for the city to request that. Do we need to take any action on that tonight and at least get consensus that we would like that? Would that?
Yeah, I can get with the city manager or somebody and just ask for them to do a formal request. We've got the contact with the county, so I'm sure it's probably just either a matter of a phone call or maybe a email or letter from the city requesting that, so.
No one opposes that for the sake of clarity. I think that's great. I think that's good. City Clerk, were you able to capture that request? It was restating what Commander Keck, Dr. Shannon Roberts, she stayed in her seat, but I want to make sure that is in the record.
Yes, I will get together with.
It was, to clarify, it was the county, Parks and Rec had just requested that the city make a formal request for the no dogs on the beach type thing to come from the city instead of the sheriff's office.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
That's great, thank you. Okay. We got a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson? 4. Mayor Pro Tem Callum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
And Councilmember Willis?
4.
All right. Ordinance 2025-02 regarding animal control passes on second and final reading 5-0. Thank you all for working through that. I look forward to seeing those improvements, and been a long time coming, so this is great. Now we move on to the second public hearing item, which is item 8 E as an elephant, second reading and public hearing, ordinance number 2025-03 regarding specimen trees. Mr. City Attorney.
Okay, this is ordinance second reading, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, amending the definition of the term specimen tree in section 102-36 of the City Code related to tree protection, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into the code, severability, and an effective date. So this is second and final reading. This ordinance modifies the definition in two respects. First, currently, a specimen tree must have a caliper of at least 24 inches or more in diameter. This ordinance proposes to reduce the caliper from 24 to 18 inches. The second change is to make I think is just a significant clarification that a specimen tree must be a desirable species. What that means is if there are trees that are on the undesirable species list, even though they may be, they may meet the caliper size requirements, they would not be considered a specimen tree because they're undesirable. And both desirable species and the undesirable species definition is set forth already in the city code, so there should be no misunderstanding what desirable or undesirable is to someone that knows a lot about trees, I suppose. And it's going to be set forth in the current edition of the Florida Native Plant Society's list of native plants as applicable to the East Central Florida region. So that means a lot to somebody that would be applying this ordinance. Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. Council, before we go out to public on this second and final reading, public hearing, are there any technical questions or clarifications we need to ask city staff? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. Yes, I'm sorry, Councilmember Willis.
I would like to, I probably should have looked this up before we came, but understory.
Understories of trees or background history.
Yeah. Does that fall in the category of specimen trees?
That is a great question. I would have to defer to Abigail for that one.
Okay. So we have no Abigail here?
No.
Okay. Because there's a lot of problems with cabbage palms, palmettos, all of that. And if that falls into the category of a specimen tree based upon the caliper, that could be very problemsome for people with extended property. So, it would be nice to know whether understory is going to be part of that.
You say cabbage palm?
Yeah.
It's got a big fat, over 18-inch, it sits low, they pop up everywhere.
Yeah.
It's on the native plant species list is obviously, sable palm, that's like a native, the state, and it's a native. So, okay. It doesn't necessarily meet it's desirable. And then specimen, it's over 18 inches, it's not dead, it's not hazardous, it's not diseased, it's not structurally unsound, and it can recover from pruning.
Yeah.
I think is, okay, good question.
But on your question, there is a definition of tree, and there is a separate definition of understory. They're two different things, right? To be a specimen tree, the tree has to be a tree, right? So, and it has to be minimum DBH of 4 inches, right? This rest to the definition. Understory is just an underlying layer of low native vegetation, usually associated with trees. So they're not. The understory is not going to be a tree.
Okay, so someone wanting to clear cabbage palms out is not going to be subject to this.
Well, the last sentence is, and at least 10 feet. So to city attorney's point, in the definition of tree, woody fibrous perennial plant with one or more upright limbs with a minimum of DBH of 4 inches or a sum of 4 inches for,
Multi-stem trees.
Yes.
And an average mature height of at least 10 feet.
so that,
Yeah, okay.
10-foot cabbage palms survive.
Mayor, just a little point of
4-foot
privilege. I'm
cabbage.
gonna lose my battery, and I prefer not to have that happen. I gotta run out to my car to get it.
We'll take it slow. Yes,
Get
thank
the
you.
battery, so I'll get the cord.
Councilmember Willis, were there any other questions at this time?
Well, probably should have asked this at the first reading, but is there any particular impetus behind going from 24 to 18?
This is to protect our reputation as a tree city and to set a precedent for protecting our vegetation. So this, I believe this project began July 2024. And so the first reading was in May, and then we're compiling all of our project timelines for communication as to when this started. But the impetus was mostly about restoration and resiliency to protect our shorelines.
Okay. And does this apply to all types of property, commercial and residential?
I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm actually just trying to confirm it's not specific to any area of the city, as if it's citywide.
I know that one of the citizens that I've dealt with had this exact same issue in a residential condo complex.
They had an issue with, they desired to remove a tree and they were not able to in residential, so that would tell us. Maybe I'll just make a note.
And I actually even spoke to Zach about that, so.
Okay, so it's pulling from section 102, right? It's amending 10236. And it, under the definition, it changes 24 to 18. Doesn't say anything in there. City attorney, do you happen to know if this is citywide or is it just specific to residentially zoned or commercially zoned properties?
Is the ordinance citywide?
Yes, does it apply to all types of, all zones in the city?
Yes.
Okay.
It applies at the time, once a development permit is issued and a land clearing permit needs to be issued, right, for the removal of authorized trees. The staff applies the code.
The section under the the land development code, tree protection, land clearing, as we said, it's really the undesirable tree that exists today. As the city attorney said, we have the definitions for desirable and undesirable. 10253, it defines dead, hazardous disease, hazardous, if there was a tree on property that now is 19 inches, right on the line, is there a process for them, variance or a procedure they could go to have it removed?
I believe that would fall under our tree removal application form.
Yeah,
I'm a little new to the process.
There's there's the regular process, right, where they have to come, an applicant has to come in and apply for a permit. Then there's a specimen tree process. If a tree, this ordinance only affects the definition of specimen tree. So it doesn't change any of the process. If a tree qualifies as a specimen tree, as the council knows, the removal of a specimen tree requires the city council's approval. Okay, so all other tree removals and land clearing follow the administrative process and don't come before council.
Okay, so basically it's the same as it's always been. It just now applies to bigger,
Well, maybe
smaller
less
tree,
trees.
smaller diameter tree.
Well, it could also result in less trees if some trees are undesirable that would have qualified. Under the current definition of specimen tree, they would not qualify as a specimen tree under the proposed change because they're deemed undesirable. So I don't, how that plays out is going to be completely site-specific.
It's all about the live oaks. I mean, that's really where the most controversial.
Those are desirable.
Yeah.
Right, but when you get into the 18-inch, 20-inch live oaks on those properties, it sounds like those are not fun circumstances, but we've had situations where the tree is in the middle of the building footprint on residential property or off to the side, and some of the tough votes. And that was, under state law, viewed as a threat to their ability to build and live in a home. And, same with the businesses. Can you make it work with the trees? We always want that and try to figure out how. And so that going down to 18 inches, I think, opened up a lot more trees, but with the designation of desirable, I think they might be able to remove trees that they once could not. How do we know that it points to the Florida native species list? Does it, in the code, does it state that? We're adding in the specimen tree must be a desirable species. And then when I go to desirable,
It's selected from the desirable species and plants in the current edition of the Florida Native Plant Society's list of native plants, as applicable in the East Central Florida region.
where is that?
That's in 102-52. And then 102-53 refers you to a different list. It's the Florida Exotic Pest Plant Council's invasive plant species list. So, what's on the list, I can't tell for sure. I mean, one little quick Google search, like undesirable, or it looks like we got plants like Brazilian pepper and acacia, old world climbing ferns, air potato, Australian pine, water hyacinth, lantana, Japanese honeysuckle, the old skunk vine, that Chinese tallow.
He's having way too much fun here.
Yeah.
You're a tree.
I'm looking for the lasagna, but I don't see. Oh, we got an asparagus fern though.
So 10253 mentions the Florida native plant, but we're not changing that. That's already,
No,
that's already
absolutely.
been.
Yeah, that's already there. It's
Got
been
it.
there for years.
10236 is the focus. The process, they can go through the same process. They've identified now a specimen tree. If they need to remove it, and it's a healthy tree, that's going to require a council vote. I understand now. No, we haven't gone to the public yet. Did we? It's getting late. We did not go to the public? I don't think. Any more questions on city staff with this one? It's a public hearing item if anyone intends to speak. Thank you for your patience. We ask that you please come forward and speak. And those of you listening online, looks like Dr. Roberts is coming up to speak. If you do intend to speak, please raise your hand and we'll make sure you're heard.
I just wanted to say two things. One, I think the desirable part of it is always a little worrisome because in the eyes of the beholder, desirable is very subjective. And that's one of the things that we run into, I know, in our community. And also the concern about the timing of looking at these trees. On Shorewood Drive in North Atlantic, for example, and I think it's Randy May's property, I may not be right on that, but there was a huge clearing of the land there, and one tree was maintained, but it seems like the definition of what we're now coming up with maybe would have preserved some more trees than what happened in that property. Because nothing's been structurally, required there at this point. But I just wanted to mention that as an example of where I think this narrower circumference that y'all are talking about will be desirable, because that will help us maybe preserve some trees, if I understand it correctly, that might otherwise have been taken. Well, maybe it would enable them to be looked at for preservation, whereas otherwise they would maybe just be taken down if they didn't meet the size. And secondly, I just wanted to compliment Tim as our arborist, because he has just done a fantastic job of advising us on the dunes, for example, because each of the communities is naturally trying to keep our dunes healthy. And Tim has been just great with advising us on those trees that are out there. So,
Tim Davis, our city arborist, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to compliment.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And thank you. Yeah, I think if any trees were removed prior to this, if they were below 24 inches, it wasn't considered specimen, they could have removed it, to your point. Today, there's now 18 can't be removed, and some of the other reasons the city attorney talked about desirable.
I think we've lost a lot of beautiful trees in our city since, people building. And I know on Anchorage Boulevard or Street, they removed every single tree along there. It was devastating. And if we had had this in place, they would still be there. So I am going to make a motion that we adopt ordinance 03-2025 on the second reading.
Yeah, let me just close public comment, and I'll hear that there's clearly no other hands raised, so we close public participation. Just want to make sure no one intends to speak. Okay, so you look up. Thank you, sir.
No one, sir.
Thank you very much, Duncan. Got a motion on the floor from Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and a second by Councilmember Davis to approve second reading of ordinance 2025-03, specimen trees. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis.
4.
Councilmember Jackson.
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right, ordinance 2025-03 passes 5-0 on second and final reading. And at this time, I believe we do not have any items for discussion. Correct, just want to confirm. This agenda was the one that, the original agenda that went out in front of us on the computer screen. So, okay, just making sure. Which brings us to reports. We're at 9:30 according to the clock. I got 9:28 on the phone time. And
Mayor, excuse me, if I may. And maybe it's coming up, but I don't see it anyplace. And maybe Councilmember Jackson's gonna bring it up. But we need a consensus vote tonight on the concerns of, the candidates flying in, the per diem, the hotels and what have you. We need a consensus tonight so I could get my staff working on this, because we don't have a lot of days, and I'll put them on this tomorrow. So there was two messages I had received regarding this, and I mean, we're going to need a consensus tonight on how council wants to handle this in terms of.
I think we can do that during the reports, but
Okay,
yes.
Thanks. I didn't know if it was in the
you.
reports, yeah.
Well, no, it's not. And I think your point is on the money. It needs to be clarified, and obviously saw some of the emails. So with that, we are at the reports section of the meeting. And so, Councilmember Jackson, you want to?
Yes, Councilmember Willis had discussed how we could handle the hotel piece of the interviewees' travel. And Collins sent back what they normally do. And so we need to decide how we want to do it. I'm good with what Colin was saying they normally do, which, let me see if I can find it really quickly, probably not. Which was very similar to what Councilmember Willis said.
Mm-hmm. Actually might have a...
Yeah, I'm trying to get to it. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The recruiter said had talked about some discussion. Normally, the finalists arrange their own travel to the interview site. If they're flying, we instruct them to book coach class. If they use a rental car, they ask that they keep it reasonable. If they're driving, they get IRS mileage rates of 70 cents a mile. For the hotel, the client has two choices. The candidate can book it, or the client can book it, pay for it, and save the sales tax. Most of our clients opt for number two. Generally speaking, the client provides a list of local hotels as a recommendation for where they stay. So sometimes a candidate completes his or her interviews and stays near the airport to make sure they get the flight out the next day. So I'm good with number two and saving that sales tax. We would just need to make sure that we're not cutting someone off from being able to get to Orlando, and especially since they have the bridge under construction at International out there. So past 520 and 528, one of the bridges is under construction, and it slows you down by an hour or so. So I want to make sure that we have them taken care of if they decide to fly out of there.
If Councilmember Jackson, if council was to go with what Colin wrote on that second iteration here in front of you, then the city clerk would convey that to him tomorrow morning and say, hey, this is what council agreed on. And then he has to come back and let us know when these people are traveling. And so the coordination, we've got just a couple days to coordinate here. So tomorrow, the city clerk, based on what you're going to say here, will go and take that and run with it. Then he'll come back. He'll confirm when people are flying. Then my finance director here Cheryl, will get on that and start and get with Lisa and start doing all the necessary things on the finance side. So we want to get right on this.
And in the beginning, when I first saw Councilmember Willis's email, I had a different opinion. My opinion was that we have executive level people coming in here. Colin had told us if we pay for anything and they drop out, if we've paid for it, we don't have the money back. But hotels, you can get up to 6 o'clock that night, free reimbursement if you cancel. Free cancellation is what I'm trying to say. I'm running out of steam, y'all. Free cancellation. So to me, it makes sense because they're still doing their rental car and they're still doing their airfare, and it would just be us doing the hotel just to save the sales tax. But I didn't want to give the impression that we will control you because there are executives coming in here, and certainly they wouldn't be traveling like the lifestyle of the rich and famous if they were smart, right? So I wasn't sure, but I think the hotel piece of it is a good idea at this point after he responded, just to ensure that we can save what we can save on the sales tax.
And tomorrow, after Esther gets a response from Colin, then we could go ahead and inform them. Cheryl will get the information on the per diem, so they know what the per diem rates are for, and, you know, for meals and what have you. Because he asked that question, so. And then we'll have it all covered.
Can I say one thing?
Yes.
Please.
We really want them to follow under the ordinance that our staff follows. As far as per diem, as far as, you know, all the rates, we really want to follow that. I mean, I understand they're executives, but I'm feeling that if we say, okay, let them have carte blanche, it doesn't look good for us. We're public sector. So we do, you know, in the past, what we've done we did the past city manager, we went ahead, we talked to the local hotels, we were able to secure rooms for them coming in, and they were able to stay there at a good rate at that time. Basically, you know, if they're coming in for 3 nights, we're going to pay for 3 nights. If they choose to stay longer, that's on them. But I look at it that we need to make sure we follow what our staff does, everyone else does, even y'all. You know, we have certain ordinances that we have to follow on that. You know, the per diem, like you said, it's 70 cents a mile. On that, if it's a full day, it's about $38 a day. That depends on GNS, I'm not going to have it correctly here. What we follow that, and what an actual meal, if it's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So we want them to follow the same thing.
And in addition, I don't think any of these candidates are going to formulate any bad opinions based on what we provide and say this is what the rates are, or this is what you're limited to, whatever. Because honestly, if you have candidates flying across the country, these people are coming here because they want this job. And if they're serious about this job, I don't think, you know, a few $100s is going to make a difference in their decision. So they're coming here for this job. They're not, you know, but we're going to give them their hotel, their plane fare, their meals, what have you. But we're also going to do it in conformance with the city. And then we're doing our job, and, you know, it's pretty straightforward. It's not.
Okay, so there's 5 candidates. 3 need to fly. 3 definitely will need hotels. 3 will probably need rental car, or if they drive. My thought was that, in reading and following, was that it would be, I mean, really, if you look at every option in Cape Canaveral excluding, I guess, the old Cape, or out on the ocean, Holiday Inn, the
Carib, what used to be Carib?
yes.
Yeah.
I mean, those are, I think, higher than your average
Right.
A1A
They're resorts, yeah.
$200
All
to
inclusive.
$300 a night, I think. And I just thought about, well, what if they're bringing their families? What if they have pets or dogs? And I thought about the local candidates and taking a step back, kind of working in the end in mind, my hope was that they have a very nice experience, because I want the next city manager to live in the city of Cape Canaveral. And the way that we can do that, and for them to make that decision, is that they spend time. And as Cheryl said, I hope they do spend longer than 3 days, but I think it makes sense to limit it to 3 days, just
Yes.
like you said. I didn't think, us taking on that pressure and the burden of booking the flights and scheduling.
Oh, no, we don't book it, no.
We're not, they're gonna.
Oh, no, they book it. That's what Councilmember Jackson was saying. That's
Okay,
the
so
beauty of it,
They're
yeah.
gonna book their own flights.
Rental cars.
But we are gonna book the hotels.
Right.
How do we determine, that's where needs can be different for people, but couldn't we just reimburse at a flat, I mean, if it's the average rate is $250, I mean, on the high end, we're gonna give $750. The daily per diem rate, whatever that is it $75, breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Add that up. They can, as Colin asked, for a reasonable rental car and a reasonable flight, they'll book themselves. One's coming in from Orlando, one might be coming from down south, and I think we should offer the rental car, as crazy as this sounds, to both the Florida-based candidates as well. Because I want them to come in, and I hope they do get a hotel room so that they can experience Cape Canaveral. They can stay the night here. They can get up early in the morning and be here and see the city, and most importantly, we're treating all the candidates the same way.
And-
We're sort of giving them a controlled expense that if we locked in the rate, they can book it. The sales tax savings, I don't know if that's gonna, I mean, it's 6%, I guess, on.
It's
Yeah.
going to be 7%, any tourist tax and everything on top of that. What we do is, what we did last time, is we contacted, the Radisson. We said we needed X amount of rooms. They gave us a great rate for all the candidates, and that's where they stayed, in that hotel. So they were able, there's still, I know we have, at that time, this was back in 2009, that was basically the only hotel that we had in the area at the time. Now, we've got several hotels. We can reach out to the other ones, ask them, that we need to book 5 rooms, just like if you're having a wedding or a party, we need to get a block of rooms. They'll give us a really good rate at that time. That way that they're, I hate to say that, we've got somebody over here at the Radisson, and we've got someone at Country Inn, we've got someone over, they're all over the place. That way, when the Radisson comes in, they say, we've got your 5 rooms blocked, we get one bill. It's one bill, rather than us trying to deal with different bills. They don't have to worry about it. We take care of it all. They show up, they'll just give their card for, if they're gonna do any extra expenses, the city will pick everything else up. We're not having 5 different, bills coming in from 5 different hotels.
And see, I see executives differently, or people that travel, because I was a road warrior. And you may have someone like the one Blaine that's coming from the West Coast. When he travels, he stays in a Hyatt because he gets mileage.
That was my concern.
Or pets. And then you have another that prefers Sheridan's, and they stay there because that's the predominant place that they use in their neighborhood now, or their state. It doesn't, I understand what you're saying on the accounting. This is 5 people, right? And, so it's 5.
Well, and in answer
hotel
to
bills.
the mayor's other questions, the mayor was about to ask 2 questions, which I'll answer. So the mayor had said, well, we don't know if they're taking their families, whatever. When the city clerk sends the message tomorrow saying these are the parameters, then Colin is going to come back and he's going to give us that information to let us know who's coming. As far as the person from Fellsmere, even Colin put in his narrative there, that person's, a distance away a little bit, he's probably going to want to stay a night. But the gentleman up in Titusville, probably, there's a good chance he's going to say, well, geez, it takes me 35 minutes, I could drive home. But hopefully that answers a couple of your questions.
But back to, the thing I'm wondering is why, if we have a hotel per diem and we are going to give them the rental car per diem, and this is what I went with initially until Colin responded. Why are we getting involved in that other than if the sales tax savings was the thing? Now, the thing is, and as you say that, if the hotel tax is the same as short-term rentals and everything, that's 12% per stay.
Yep.
For the state, the county, and the bed tax. So it's not cheap. So if you look at that times 5, that may be where you're saying we want to let them do the hotel for them.
Well, the thing is, we want to follow, like I said, we want to follow the ordinance that the city has right now that applies to all staff and, of course, council. And we follow the GSA rate. So if it comes in and says, that's how we all have to follow. If it comes in and says, it's $180 a night, we need to follow that. We need to stay with those guidelines. If they choose that, hey, I want to stay over here and it's $250 a night, we really should come back and say, that's fine, but we're only going to reimburse you for $180.
And I agree.
That's what I was thinking,
Yeah.
is let them book wherever they want, but we are.
I agree with you. That's but we're already telling them what their per diem will be on food. What we want on all the guidelines. So why can't we say, if you go over X amount a night in our area, because I'm going to tell you, I've looked at all the hotels and they're around 170 to 190 based on what room you're getting. So why do we need to be controlling where they stay? Because they may have different needs.
Right, I agree with that, yeah. But I think if we tell them, yeah, they need to follow the GSA guidelines.
And it's just more work for staff, for y'all to do it all.
Yeah.
And that's what I was thinking earlier, is let them do it. That's the way managers and up are kind of used to that have to travel. And then
I guess
give them
we
the
were just trying to
guidelines.
take the burden off of them, that, you know, they get here, everything's taken care of, go to the Radisson, go to the Hyatt, whoever gives us the best rate is what we're gonna look for. And they just walk in, they can sign their stuff, and they don't have to worry about a bill unless there's any necessities that they chose to have. But if we do come and say that, you know, GSA rate is $180 a night, then that's what we give them a night. Anything over that will be their responsibility.
And they may get special rates if they're retired military, or if they're in the Guard, or.
You have members, you got Hilton Rewards
Right,
members. you
yeah,
got
Oh, yeah,
Marriott
it's-
members, They want to run
Yeah.
their car, do their thing. I think what you're saying, I mean, it makes sense, and I understand, and I've used it when I went to the League of Cities down in Lauderdale or whatnot. Like, it was very nice because, man, it was booked, it was done. And with this, you know, we know the rates, with an exception of the rental car, because there's that drop off after they leave here that might be a little difficult to know your total. But if we have this predetermined rate, one of the things was they show up, and we can talk about this as the date gets closer, but giving them some just basic materials, orientation, maybe a little gift basket, maybe that list of restaurants here locally. I want them to go check out the port. I want them to go check out Cape Canaveral or Cocoa Beach. Those are two major places. I hope they stay in the city of Cape Canaveral, the new Hyatt.
Wouldn't we ask them to? I mean, I think that'd be, like you said, if
I
you
think
want
they
them to
would.
get to know the city, I think that would be a better place for them to stay. And, I mean, I'm gonna go back, like, if we were to go ahead and take care of that
Yep.
situation and book their rooms for them, then we could go ahead and have a welcome basket, welcome to the city of Cape Canaveral, that when they go to sign in, you know, in fact, my daughter got married here at the Radisson, and we had more than half the family members. I did that. So when they came in, and they, you know, they had already booked their room, we gave them a basket, and they liked it. And we did the same thing, because a lot of them came from out of state. So we could do the same thing. We could find out, yeah, where they're at, and make sure when they do sign in, we make sure that hotel has a welcome basket for them. I mean.
Yeah, and I mean, you took it actually a step further, better than me, but I was thinking when they showed up for the tour or whatever the first is, they're given that, and you could literally have their check right there. If they, in the theory that they booked their hotel, they booked their car, because this is the maximum amount. I think some of those things that Councilmember Willis was saying too. Here's the hotels, we hope you stay there. I know it's tough I see the benefits of putting them under the example one hotel, but I almost want them to be able to choose the amenities they want, knowing that, hey, we can book them all here on this date, we got a good rate, or you can book wherever you want, but just like you said, here's this, they show up, here's your reimbursement, per diem rate, here's, if it's $300-400, whatever it ends up being, here's your gift card or whatever's appropriate for your meals. If they sit in their room and eat peanut butter and jellies from Publix, they can do that, but treat them right. This is the rate that we're, enjoy Cape Canaveral, come here, not beyond what we do our city employees.
Right.
So I think
So you're
I'm for the
basically-
per diem rate, not an endless amount to book, but I don't think there's a scenario that really scares me, other than they stay in Orlando at the Ritz-Carlton with a family, and block 3 rooms and turn in a whopping 4-digit reimbursement check. I don't think that's gonna happen. And I want staff to, it be as simple as possible, knowing these folks are used to booking hotels and traveling. I do think if we had a predetermined amount for travel, food, hotel, and we issued that check, I think they would come with receipts before they leave and hand them to us. And then they're able to give the gift back package. Please turn all your receipts in. that
So-
was my thought and hope.
Not to cut you off, so what you're, I'm just trying to write notes, so when we go, because we are gonna, like John said, we are gonna have a meeting on this tomorrow. We've got a small staff together that we can work with it. So, from my understanding, you're wanting to give them their per diem ahead of time?
Not before they arrive.
Okay,
They
so-
show up in the gift basket, your check's already been issued for the. they-
Okay,
That was just an idea
Yeah.
to simplify it for the city. We just know, we still are gonna need to know how many nights they're staying.
Correct.
And they know we're willing to do 3.
correct.
They know we're willing to do reasonable rental car rates. They know that we want them to stay in a hotel in Cape Canaveral so that they can experience it. We know those rates are right here. If you guys want to go book it, one of y'all at the $500 a night or whatever it is, the Holiday Inn, and one of you wants to go to the lower end, you all get the same rate. They can pay the difference
Right.
for their
Okay.
luxuries. I know there's a bunch of scenarios, but you really don't know. I think it is worth the time, last thing I'll say, is contacting them no matter what at a minimum. And for all you know, Cheryl, they all say, just book, I don't care, it's just me, like every one of them, right?
Right,
I'm here for 3
right.
days. Well, now we know, and we'll take whatever you get us. And I would say if that's really what the circumstance is, your way is clearly better, in my opinion, because they've all agreed. So maybe it's worth that preliminary call to
Yeah.
say, we're trying to decide, and y'all have the option to say, nope, they all wanted to book it, it's simple, or we got one complex one, we book 4 of them, the 5th one's gonna handle it themselves.
Okay.
I think what's going to happen, though, is I think Colin, when he gets your information tomorrow, I think those folks are going to tell Colin that information then and convey it to us in the hotels and what have you. I don't think Cheryl will have to call, because when I look at Colin's message, he's basically
You're
the
right.
coordinator with them, and it's going to come to us. So I don't think we're going to, if we have to get involved with that, that's easy. But I don't think it's going to happen. I
It would be
think,
through Colin.
yeah,
you're
it's
right.
going to be through
Yes,
Colin. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
I've
we
said
need to
enough.
give Colin, we need to give him the scenarios.
That's
you know,
what's going to
yeah,
happen
well,
tomorrow. Based on the
yeah.
consensus of council tonight, we're going to do that
Are
tomorrow.
we clear, are on the same page on the dates? I think
25th,
there might have been
Oh,
some confusion.
that's the other thing, is the cover sheet said the 25th and 26th. Initially, we thought we would do this on a Wednesday and Thursday, but when Colin came back with his attachment, he came back with the 26th and 27th, which is a
Thursday, Friday.
Thursday and Friday. So we would have to determine, like, right now, if we're going to stick with the Thursday and Friday. If council's all available on Thursday and Friday, maybe that's best, because I know Colin has not communicated anything to these folks yet until we get back to them, because we got to confirm the dates. Yet they can't.
We voted at that special meeting for what was, as it was written on the agenda, the 26th and the 27th, which was a Thursday, Friday.
Okay, well then, as long as council's good with that, then-
That works for me.
That's how I have it on my calendar, so.
okay, then we'll lock that in. So that's going to be part of our message tomorrow.
So if that's the case, they're first, and if council would be okay, I would like to be a part of the tour. Maybe we can rotate for once we figure out what does the tour. That's really important to me, to be a part of that every step of the
Yes.
way. If we could have a council member share in that, we could maybe do something creative, totally optional, and figure out how that's going to work, especially if we don't know how many's coming. If they want to bring, if they have partners, spouses, whatever, they might want them to come on the tour. Are we okay with that? I would say
Well,
absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. What we've done, I mean, I'm just going to go back into the past. What we did at last time is we basically rented a van, because we
Okay.
didn't have a van available. And in the van, we had all the candidates in the van, and we had 2 people that were very knowledgeable of the city. Of course, back then, we didn't have a lot of the stuff that we have now, but they drove them around the city, they took them to the different facilities, they, walked them through Public Works, if June's out there or other staff, they would meet them, they'll walk them through the facility. Over now that we have the C5 in that, it'll be Molly and probably John Mayberry, will walk them over there. They'll hit the different areas, and they can talk about it. So we have staff talking about it.
Yes.
On that, just like, I mean, if they all meet here, and that's one of the things we're gonna talk, they meet here, they get in the, well, right here, we would go over here to the Cape
Walk.
Center, they could go to the dog park, they could walk over to the Nancy Hansen, you know, you have somebody, like a walking tour, you know, talking about, we've got this, we've got that, come back here, get in the van, and then we can take them over to the C5. They can see the C5. In the meantime, as we're driving through, we're talking about, you know, we've got Cherry Down, they could go through Manatee Park, all the different parks, and then they would come back, you know, to Public Works and do the tour at Public Works.
Thank you for explaining that. That's exactly how I was like, probably
Yeah.
start at City Hall, hit all these, Nancy Hansen, walk
Right.
the promenade, Sheriff's Department, hop
Right, yeah, I
over,
forgot
hop on
Sheriff's
the
Department.
bus at the C5,
Yeah.
or the van, not the bus. It sounds like we have a van now.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, we do have the van, the PAL van.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we are not going to have that available to us because it's
Okay.
already scheduled for something over in Orlando. So we are going to have to rent a van. And we do have, John Mayberry is in the process of getting a 10-person van
Oh, cool.
that they can be in there. And you're right, I forgot about the Sheriff's Department, I forgot about the Fire Department. Yeah, all that. So we could get them on board as far as, you know, when we get there, you know, they have somebody that can take them through the Sheriff's Department. And, you know, we can get with staff over at the Fire Department, they could take them through the Fire Department and talk, so they could see everything at that time. But like I said, as they're driving through the city, we could have John, we're thinking maybe John Mayberry and maybe Zach be able to be in there, because then they could talk about the different things. But when they got to that facility, somebody else takes over and then introduces that facility to those
I'll probably
candidates.
be with them. Now that I'm not an interviewee, that won't be awkward. Since I'm not an interviewee, I could go ahead and be on the bus and then I could introduce them to all my directors and what have you. And Esther has a question.
If the council members are still interested in joining staff on the tour, then I'll have to take minutes and notice the meeting and everything else, and there has to be probably a bit more room, you know, I don't know.
Right, we might need more
because
room.
I've had
Not
this
together,
experience
I don't
before where we had a big coach, or I don't know what you call it in America.
Mr. Mayor?
Bus,
Thank
you know, to accommodate, including the public as well, so,
Yeah.
you know, I'm just
We
saying.
might, we'll adjust to that situation. We know exactly how many people are involved.
Mr. Mayor?
It was one or the other. Yes, Councilmember Willis.
I think it would be an excellent opportunity for staff directors to be able to meet all the candidates
Oh, yes.
and just let them do the tours,
I
because
just
they
wanna
can,
be a
they can
part of it.
brag on their domain, if you will, and gives them an opportunity to interact with the candidates, get to
Very
know them.
important.
And I could tell them how wonderful this job is, too.
Well, I was hoping you would tell them how wonderful council was, but I guess that's sales.
I'm
huh?
just going to talk about the job. I'm joking.
We're even talking about when they're here at City Hall, you have the directors in the different departments, like they would,
Yeah.
like if they're downstairs, community development area, Tamsin can step in, she can take, you know, she said,
Yes.
this is my staff, this is what they do. Then they would move on, they would go upstairs, there would be Tim, he would be able to do his portion of it. You know, then we've got Natalie, she could talk about, you know, everything she does for HR. Molly's up there, she could talk about what they're doing there, and then, you know, walk with them over there to
Right.
the Cape Center in that area. So like we were saying, that way they get to meet the directors and they get to meet staff. You know, and staff gets to meet them.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
In
We did
every-
that, we did that last time. It was really neat. They brought them in. They got to, you know, we got to meet the different candidates. They asked us questions if they wanted to, you know, and we were able to talk to them. And I think it helped not only the candidates, I think it helped staff. It made them feel, you know, at ease at that time. Because when that happened, that was when Bennett Boucher was let go. And then they
And we'll
brought-
be very nice to them so they'll want to come back. We'll be
Well,
very
I
nice.
think it's important that there's some member of the council, certainly to our city clerk's point about, well, if it's two, well, there's a procedure to follow there. It becomes a meeting at that point, publicly noticed, and somebody's sitting in the back of the van taking minutes. But we don't want to be in that circumstance, I don't think.
done it before.
But if so, I guess theoretically we could.
We'll take good care
I
of them.
thought that understanding, once we get a draft of what their agenda is going to be like, I think it was proposed 1 PM on the thing or in the afternoon coming in. And so that was on the 26th was their first day.
Okay.
So,
Do you want to
Would
do
they
the
want-
tour on the 26th?
well, I'm not going that far. If
Okay.
what was proposed on the 26th at 1 PM or in the afternoon?
Tour of the city.
Tour the city.
Okay.
I think I'm fine with that. I'm just asking, when do they come in? Do they come in on the 25th?
I think they need
Yes,
to
the
come
night
in, yeah,
before.
they need to come in Wednesday night, so they'll be fresh, they'll be able to, whatever time they want to come in, whatever hotel, like, again, if they make their own arrangements, they can either come in at 6 o'clock, they might get in at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and that would give them time to sort of explore the
Yes.
city on their own.
So technically on the 25th, it's kind of like a free time decompress. They can check out the city and all those things. If something's going on, maybe we can tell them. But that next morning, they wake up, the tour begins in the afternoon.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion, we extend the meeting 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum to extend the meeting by 10 minutes. Right now, I'm showing 10 o'clock. Thank you, Councilmember Willis. So extending till 10 minutes. Any further discussion? City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis.
4.
Councilmember Jackson.
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
Motion to extend passes 5-0 to 10:10. Okay, that is great. This is one of the rare times that the council's making a hiring decision, and I agree that we want to follow our employee policies. And my hope is that we make it as simple on city staff as possible. And I do not know the scenario where they do not stay in the city of Cape Canaveral. I just cannot imagine that they would not stay in a hotel. They can't do the 7-day minimum. So short-term rentals aren't. But that experience starting as early as whenever they get in on the 25th, they stay the night. The tour, just to reemphasize, is when it goes out to Public Works in your scenario late in the day, June Clark and her team are the subject matter experts there.
Absolutely.
That might be where Councilmember Willis hops in and takes, the next stretch if he wanted to. I was just thinking if they wanted to have a council member to be a part of it, or I might walk with them. And so I was just thinking we could all divide it because we get to see them in that capacity too. They're not in the spotlight. It's just them on their free time. It's not under back and forth structured questions, and watch them engage with our city staff and watch our city staff engage with them. I think all of that is really important to have a balance to where take advantage of as much time as we can without overwhelming them to get to know them and meet them. I think we clarified that the dates are the 26th and the 27th. There's 3 nights. The city has a process they're comfortable with. Colin can find out some information on what their needs are and what do we want to do. Staff needs clarification on handling really hotels, right? And rental cars.
Well, and you had said there would be you can't imagine them not staying in Cape Canaveral. But if I came in and I had my family with me, my wife and child, for example, and I wanted to be oceanfront, they're not doing it here because they're staying less than 6 nights. And everything down on the ocean are short-term rentals. So you could end up with someone outside of the city.
If they want oceanfront.
Yeah, if they wanted oceanfront because they had their family, for example.
Yeah.
So my point is, that'd be perfect if it wasn't, and they're up in one of the hotels. That's the only choice they'll really have, though, with our 6-night minimum. So they could slip over the line to Cocoa Beach. That's something that could happen.
You're also coming a long ways to Disney,
Exactly.
so.
I have a question. 26 is all about the staff, and the staff gets to know them and everything else. So instead of council going there during the day, why don't we go to the reception and meet them then?
Yeah. There will be a
That gives them-
reception that evening here for
And they
them.
give them, their own bill, questions and all that, and their own thing with any pressure from us. And just go to the reception.
Yeah, there will be a reception planned for them. And that's, I believe it's going to be the night of the 26th. I think that's, yeah.
But yeah, because that way we're around them.
In City Hall,
Probably
yeah.
right here in the
Right here
lobby.
in the lobby. We'll have it all set up. Yeah,
Because
we'll
then
have
they
it
can
set
go to-
up.
I'm saying they could do the tour, be themselves, with us around them, they're gonna be uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Here they can do, well, more about the city and stuff, and we meet them at the meeting. Personally, if I was doing this, I wouldn't want us there. I'd want to know the staff and go know the city with the council there, but that's me, my opinion, but I think, let
Well,
them
I mean,
have
if
their
we're
own
gonna,
day.
I think there's a balance, but I mean, let's just, I gotta tell the truth here, right? I mean, we have an interim city manager who has expressed a desire very late. And now, that's a conflict, right? That's an issue for me. I don't think that makes us look good, that you want their job when they're coming in and you're giving them a tour. That's not what we want. That is a conflict. And if we don't decide on any of them, we don't know, and you might change your mind. You might want to pursue that job, and that's not fair to them. And so you are our interim city manager, who we've appointed. I think you absolutely should be a part of the process, but from their perspective, you want that job and you believe you have qualified to be the best option for that job. I would hope you would think that, or you wouldn't have asked. So that is honestly a concern. This is a council decision. From the agenda to the tour, we have got a great team who gives some structure to our chaos. Thank you, Cheryl. And I think that reimbursement policy all makes sense. Some good ideas from Councilmember Willis and Councilmember Jackson and Colin. I really don't, at this point, the worst case scenario really doesn't spook me. I just want to treat them right.
Mayor,
I want to make sure that they know they're talking to
Yeah.
people who are going to support them. That's 100% of our staff, and that's all of us council. I planned on being at the reception. I certainly don't want to overwhelm them, Councilmember Davis. I hear you loud and clear. You don't want somebody over your shoulder. I was saying for a section, maybe it's just a part of it, to be there and to support and to say we are together. And
Mayor, I'll meet them at the reception. That's not a problem, because you're right. If something odd happens and people drop out and the situation turns and I decide on the next group, to put my name in that, then you're right. It doesn't create because it may be an awkward situation that if somebody said, oh yeah, he had actually interested. But no, that's fine. I have no problem with that. Yeah,
Thank you
that's fine.
for understanding.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think we'll figure out if council members want to go on the tour more than one. We got a little bit of time to figure that out. I think for the sake of time and rates, hopefully tomorrow we get some info from Colin, and I'm okay with whatever this council majority comes to. Are there any conflicting interest here right now amongst Councilmember Willis? I think you'd send an email. Councilmember Jackson? Colin, we have three paths, I guess, and some overlap in those, but
Mr. Mayor?
yes.
I just, the ordinance that we follow as the council and staff is a great idea. I kind of like the idea of them all being in one hotel so we could make the welcome baskets like you were saying you did for your family. I think that would be nice. I like that idea. And when they go into their room, there's a Cape Canaveral stuff in it. That would be
But I mean,
nice.
would that be difficult to do if they weren't staying in the same hotel?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You could still do it, but it'd be more work for the staff. If they were all at the Radisson, just say, it would be easier for the staff to make sure they had a welcome basket.
What they would do, Mickey, is how we did it, is when they checked in and they said, oh, I'm so-and-so, John Brown or something like that, and I'm here for, as I said, the Paleo Green wedding at the time, they would, oh, and they would automatically hand them a basket. It was there behind the counter. It wasn't in their room.
Oh, okay.
It was there behind the counter, and with the automatic, and it had stuff for, family members and stuff like
Oh,
that.
that would
Yeah.
work if they were at different places.
Yeah, we could still do that. Yeah, it wouldn't be in their room. So if they do choose to do that, we just find out where they're at, and we make sure that when they check in, they are given that basket, and they'll have Cape Canaveral stuff. It'll have cookies, crackers, water and stuff like that to help them get started. And maybe, like I said, Cape Canaveral stuff in there, and maybe if we, other stuff, flyers for the different restaurants and stuff, we can put that in there.
Yeah.
So
That
could
would be
we
great.
call them and say, we are willing to do everything you said? And I think basically, here's how we do it, we book. If you choose not to do that, let us know now, you can book your own, and we will be prepared to reimburse for your receipts. And maybe it's only
Yeah.
one, but if all 5 of them go, Radisson sounds great, or Hyatt, or wherever it is sounds great, and they're all good, and it's a good rate, and everybody's happy, I don't want to stand in the way of that.
Colin's gonna let us know that, Mayor, based on our
sounds good.
message, he's just gonna come back and he's gonna say boom, 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 and oh, this, he's gonna let us know all that, so.
Thank
We'll
you.
react to it, we'll be fine.
Okay, I think that,
We just need a consensus.
any opposed to that plan? Do we have consensus?
Do you have to call all the names or no?
I think it's, and during the reports, we're just clarifying some stuff that was going back and forth, that was a little loose.
There's a unanimous consensus.
The only other thing was the 5-minute buffer in between, we can do that the day, in those back-to-back-to-back interviews. I'm just thinking they're getting out and they're walking, there's no cushion time to transition, but if that happens, that happens. Like I said earlier, I did mention that to Colin on the call, even if it's 5 minutes in between those interviews. We're out of time. I don't want to disrespect that. I thought I had one other thing regarding that schedule. Is that everything? Are we clear? Okay.
We're good, we'll be on it tomorrow, we'll get the stuff back from Colin, and then, we'll be done by the end of the week.
Great. Anything else, council? We used up all of our reports to sort that out. Thank you all. And with that, we'll adjourn.